Here we are, back again to do Reverie. No one's watching at this point, so it doesn't matter what I say. But that's okay. So here we are. Let's jump in. We are going to start it with the crew. It'll be great. I'm excited. Here we go. Hello, all. And no one responds. All right. There are people in the chat with me, but they don't want to talk to me, apparently.
I do want to talk to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, for whatever the double clicking of my mouse issue. Actually, I thought it was off of mute.
I've been there,
it, but I clicked it and re-clicked it. That I didn't know.
Yeah. How are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Actually, I think this is one of the first times ever that I got a bone to pick with you. Actually.
With me? Oh wow!
With you.
All right, very exciting. I'm actually quite interested. Because that rarely happens. But usually it's our friend Scott who's got a problem with me. But now it's Corey.
I have a problem with you. What?
I usually it'll be you, but now Corey says he's got a problem with me, and he wants to sell it.
I fucking debate every time I update Windows, there's like every program or everything has an issue. I can't get StreamYard's audio to work, but that's fine because we're not using it, so we're good. But it was just
probably
other things were annoying
if it doesn't. Fuck, I was gonna say something, but yeah, Corey.
So I was, somewhat litigating the panel last week, and obviously there was this moment where I was, trying to make a point and maybe poorly articulating myself and making comparisons between, certain biological systems and,
I remember this.
Say cars. And so Lactoid's not here, but I would say this to his face. But, I sort of expect the pushback from Lactoid because, so the way, as I was sort of like litigating it, how you were talking and how Lactoid was talking, and this might trigger you. This is to me is how like Elon sort of talks and analyzes things, not understanding
Absolutely.
and appreciating the biological system.
Stay out of this.
I was here for all this. I saw it.
Where okay, I was bringing up issues of like human efficiency, and horse efficiency, and making comparisons to cars and other things. And you were understandably calling my analogies dumb, which is that might be a fair criticism, and I might very well be dumb. But what I would say, is I'd say many things, but one of them is I would say, just like with Lactoid, I think it reflects, let's say, a lack of knowledge or ignorance of what biological systems are doing, just as analogously of like, since Elon, in my opinion, does not understand what biological systems are solving in terms of problems, in terms of he's hitting a wall. He's hitting a wall when it comes to Tesla and full self-driving. Mm-hmm. He is going to hit a wall and is already hitting a wall in terms of Neuralink, in terms of how do you power something? How do you power something with a battery that doesn't overheat and that can actually maintain the same thermals of the brain? Because if it goes above 50 degrees Celsius, you start burning tissue. And so can you actually replicate that? I'm getting very.
I've been in and out. What's this nerd fucking talking about?
Probably didn't understand Corey last week.
Set aside 3 hours and watch last week's panel, and then you'll be up to date. Where Elon, just like Elon in his analysis, it's like, oh well, humans see with eyes, and that's just visual stuff. So you just need 8 cameras on a car, and then you're good to go. And then I think you're seeing it play out in terms of like. It's nowhere close in terms of being ready for full self-driving. Of like, yes, Waymo appears to be much more advanced, but they have to actually map out like an entire city.
Agreed. Elon's a moron. Why did you compare me to him?
I compared you to him because you dismissed my horse analogy.
You think Elon's a moron?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about it later.
That's fucking retarded.
We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Please, God, not again.
Because I don't think you appreciate the biological system that is a horse, just as Elon does not appreciate the biological system that is a brain, or what your eyes are doing, and what your eyes are doing in conjunction with the brain. Of like, you dismiss the efficiency of the horse. I don't think you actually know what's going on there in terms of what the horse is actually doing in terms of problem solving and its energy efficiency. Just as Lacto doesn't know of what the human body efficiency is.
I don't know. I don't know how efficient a horse is, but I do know that I watched a TikTok the other day, and there was a lot of fucking snow on the ground, and this horse was just getting it. And I was like, oh shit. With a bunch of snow on the ground, the horse has no fucking problem getting through town. Whereas all these cars were just like fucking up. And I was like, damn, maybe we should have kept a backup horse for the snowed in conditions. Cause the horse is just like, yeah, I just don't step on the fucked up parts. And like, I don't slip on ice. I have 4 legs. Like, what are you doing? Like the horse was fine.
Corey,
And I was just like,
what,
the cars are not built for
point are you
this. Okay,
trying
got it.
to, is that it? Is that you just seems to be repeating your point from last week?
I would say your dismissal, and also maybe in conjunction with my poor explanation or not getting my point across properly, is like pretty much, in my mind, in the same vein of Elon dismissing of what it takes to actually replicate what eyes and brains are doing when it comes to cars, when it comes to Neuralink. Because you said a car is better, as in you explicitly said, if I remember correctly, you said, well, a car is better. And I pushed back on that. A car is not better.
Car's absolutely
You're analyzing
better.
it. Yeah, well, exactly. See, and so you're still sticking to that point. Just like Elon's going to say,
The
well,
correct
eight
point.
cameras.
No, wait a minute, hold on, no,
better.
not just like Elon. Wait a minute, come on, pull back, right? I don't. Elon
What is
thinks that
happening?
a car. The visual detection system of a car should work, right? It has to work like a human eye, right? He is underestimating what the capabilities of the human eye, right? And also the capabilities of the brain that is processing that visual data. And he is saying that like he can, with today's technology, maybe someday in the future, but today's technology, replicate that with simple visual cameras instead of LiDAR and radar and all the other like sensors that are built into
They're
like
also
other,
in a Tesla.
that no, they aren't
talking
no,
past each other again already.
Hold on, stop, please. Let me do this. Thank you. I appreciate that. So he wants to use visual detection systems where the other ones have like a whole suite of sensors that simply aren't in the Tesla model. So he is trying to, with insufficient technology, replicate something that's ultra complex, right? When I was comparing a horse to a car, it's not that I said these things replicate each other perfectly, right? Of course they don't. The horse, as our friend Scott was saying previously, has advantages, right? In certain situations. But I'm saying overall, as a matter of utility, the car brings far more of that, far more utility, far more efficiency of energy, right? Especially when traveling extremely long distances, or it simply cannot replicate that, right? Like we'll ask our colonial forefathers, right, or genocidal colonial forefathers about how easy it was to use a horse to get from point A, being the east coast or the northeast, to the southeast, right? Like it was a very difficult task that took months to happen. So no, these things aren't. Yeah, like yes, the horse
Still
has
the Pony
some,
Express, but yeah,
the horse has some
peak
examples,
horse efficiency.
Right? Some advantages, right? Clear advantages. Like for instance, going up like rough terrain, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm not saying that the car has those same advantages. I'm saying like all in all, if you compare the two, yes, cars are simply, without a doubt, better. There you go.
Once again, y'all are talking past each
I agree with you.
That's fine. Let's talk
past
past each other. That's okay.
Because so, and here is where I pretty much use, I think, your direct language. I think where Elon is dismissing something, and I think you're dismissing something, and that's why I push back on you saying that the horse is pretty much, however it is that you measure it, you are not taking, just as Elon is not taking everything into account in terms of what the visual system is doing, in conjunction with.
But I
brain.
am taking everything. Into
Why are you
account.
repeating this?
What? Yeah. Why? I
In
don't
summation, let me repeat my entire argument over
Just
again.
let me.
Uh,
This
well,
sounds
first-
like
first of
this
all, you
sounds
didn't-
like
you didn't-
when
you didn't- you didn't let me finish.
this sounds.
You
I don't
was
care.
not-
That's
I
why I
was-
didn't listen. This
you
sounds
weren't
like when I
listening to begin
try
with.
and fucking
You
exactly.
You start off saying I'm lost
because it's
so-
boring. It's boring.
Well,
It's
I'm not
super
here to
fucking
entertain
boring.
you. I'm not
This
here
is
to
like-
entertain you.
Well, you're here to entertain an audience
Most of
as
what
well,
you say is
and
boring
it's
to me.
fucking boring.
Do I intervene when you speak and just say it's
Well,
boring?
you don't. Well, you usually just farm the content.
Exactly. I farm the content. I'm getting I'm a
Yes.
lack of content. What?
That's what I mean. You all, if you are bored, you just sit there and be like, all right, well, I'll let these other people entertain. I was about to say, it sounds like me trying to explain the difference between a contradiction and a contrary to people.
Oh
It's just
God.
like not important. It's not.
I never said it was. Well,
You're bringing up old shit. You're bringing up old shit, and other people are here listening to you rehash old shit. That's really what I'm talking
you
about.
rehash old stuff all the time.
Right. And then he was like, and then Prime was like, okay, well, I'm done. And then you were like, but anyways, let me re-summarize my entire argument again. And both me and Gibbs were like,
finish.
oh,
you
fuck.
you just interrupted. I wasn't done. And as if
Yes,
you've never,
I was bored.
As if,
I
as
interrupted.
if you've never rehashed or repeated yourself. Like
Well,
you arguably repeat yourself
yeah.
on a weekly basis. Like,
Yeah, but I'm badass. I can do that.
yeah, according to you, an N of one.
I just want to say,
Yeah,
like,
I get-
I just let me get in. I think part of what's happening here is, one, last week, I think we wanted to trying to talk about like the meta combo, and we got kind of bogged down in what we're like. This is a pretty technical combo, and so I think what's happening right now is like, yes, Prime is right about like, hey, it's more efficient in one aspect, the going places aspect, but what Corey's really talking about here, that I think we're kind of missing, is the overall like energy aspect, right? Like, if I take a bag of grain, I can feed a horse, and I can go millions of miles, and not only is it doing the distance, but it's biologically suited to like do all these other things, right?
how much grain you would give a horse to go millions of
I was
miles?
about to say, somebody clearly didn't play
not
Dungeons
millions
and
of-
Dragons
not millions
and
of
have to
miles, but
manage their grain on a
sure.
cart. All right.
You know, I mean, I can get a couple bags of grain, we can go across the United States, right? Here's what it's not
A
millions
lot
of
more
miles,
than
I get
that.
it.
A lot more than that.
Sure. Okay. All right. So but here's my point. Right. So grain, not that much to produce. It takes photosynthesis to light. The grain grows. It's
You're on the
easy.
right track, Gibbs. You're on the right
Yeah.
track.
Right. So it's easy. It goes. The energy output, not that hard. Now the horse, as an engine, does
We
all
need
these
cars
things.
for war, and
I
blood
got
makes
it,
the
I got
grass grow, which
Yeah.
feeds the horses.
Horses feed the horse, right? But the horses over here, they think they got the brain aspect, and not only is this like computer brain running all the biological processes of a horse, which is like all these different things, which is the stomach, which is digestion, which is the walking, which is all these things. Yeah, the car might be more efficient in one way, but we look at the energy output. There's like a cap, like of level of tech right now, and this is kind of why I was asking Corey last week, like, what is that cap? Like, why don't we see like tech advancing past this cap, right? And then we kind of got bogged down, and we never got into that, but we really stuck on this part where y'all were like, yeah, but the horse can't go 10,000 miles on a tank of gas, but you know, if we put this special electric engine here, we can. But there's like so much like a heat
Hold on,
variable,
that's
like
not.
that's
We
gonna end up.
didn't get bogged
That's
down on that
exactly-
part at all.
that's
No,
exactly
we
what
didn't
happened.
get bogged down on that, right?
That's literally what we're doing right now. We're
I
still
do
here again.
understand. Hold on, no, I understand. Corey was also trying to say that yes, when you look at the whole the infrastructure, right, used to make cars go, and like compared to like what is necessary to make a horse go, right? Well, yeah, there's a smaller footprint there, right? Like so, you're like he said, you're not taking into account this. He said last week. You're not taking account, the energy like to dig out that oil, to process that oil, and then we got to create the roads and all that, and then comparing that to the simplicity of a horse. He didn't use exactly those words, but that was the sentiment. Correct? Yeah. So so I understood all that. I understood he said that. We weren't talking past each other. I got that part. I'm saying that one in your calculation, for the consumer on the other end, like that stuff is irrelevant. I didn't say that this last week, but I'll say it now. That stuff is irrelevant. That like when
I
you
agree with that point for the consumer. Like, yeah.
yeah, okay, great. So
What we're talking about.
Moore's Law is dead. Horses are cool, and it takes a long time to learn how to horseback ride. Got it.
And so you can have a certain level of infrastructure You need a certain level of infrastructure to use cars more efficiently. Like, I mean, you can have actually less infrastructure.
We need to scale
right?
down
You
socialism,
can go
and so
down,
instead of giving out
dirt
Obama
roads, it's
phones,
just not like,
we give out horses to the
best.
poor.
Oh my God! Please. In any case, I can.
I'm sorry. I'm just trolling the fuck out of you guys. My bad. I'll shut up.
Right, no problem. I take all that into account, and I'm saying in the calculation of most people, right, for most uses, yes, the car is far more efficient, especially since it's already that infrastructure's already been built. It's there. Right? It's part of the environment, right? Just like pastures are part of the environment. You lead your horse to a pasture, well then it'll feed itself, right? I bet your car can't do that. Can't fill itself with a tank of gas, but can it, right? Well, I mean, it can in China and some.
Unless
it
it's
can,
solar powered, but we all know the Jews stopped us from getting those.
If it's electric, cars can actually do that in China, right? But in any case, it's already built in. But yeah, I'm understanding all the things that you said. Yes, the car is more efficient.
Yeah, so I agree with you from a consumer perspective. All of those things, all those things pretty much like don't matter. But that's again not the point that I was trying to make. But maybe, or obviously, I'm not articulating it properly. I was using that example and others, also in human efficiency, to hopefully demonstrate a gap between our current technology and what we're trying to engineer, and what biological.
We're not trying to engineer a horse, though. But we're not trying to engineer a horse.
I know,
correct?
even getting close to whatever horse.
But we're not trying to engineer a horse. But that's like it falls apart once you go there. We're not trying to engineer a horse, correct? We're not. That's not even go. But Elon is trying to engineer the human eye and brain, right?
Yep,
and he's failing.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things are different.
I know, and that's why. So even in that context, and bringing
LSP, we can hear you.
The actual conversation
cool.
to last week of like AI, where at least the sentiment that I overall got from, let's say, Doobie and maybe some other people is like, the conversation that you're having with AI is like it somehow resembles or it's a ballpark of like interacting with a human, or like now the AI knows me better than, let's say, my wife or partner or some friends. And I'm making the claim, okay, and I might be wrong about it, but I'm making the claim that this is nowhere near in the ballpark of replicating human interaction or human experience.
I agree.
Because there is always
for sure
there is always a gap.
But a lot of people are retarded. Don't forget that.
Sure, but just as in our best,
my AI knows me better than my retarded friends.
Just as there is still a huge gap, okay, where again, I would say you are dismissing. I'm not talking about from a consumer perspective, from a purely engineering perspective of what a horse is doing, how it's extracting energy. Okay, as Gibbs probably knows better than I do, of like you feed a horse grain. I don't know any other engineer system that can run off of grain and like actually extract any sort of energy from cellulose and plant matter to that type of efficiency. And so, yes, you can brute force yourself into excelling at something, but then you have to recognize that you're brute forcing something and you're not getting anywhere close. To me, it's like saying, I'm technically better than Usain Bolt. Strap on a pair of rocket skates like Wile E. Coyote, and I'm better than Usain Bolt. But like, yes, I can beat him, but everyone will take into account that I'm just wearing a pair of rocket skates, and that's not all that impressive. Just as it's not all that impressive to say that, yes, you can go faster than a horse. You can carry 4 passengers, but you are brute forcing. You are literally just burning stuff and burning stuff at a high temperature, and you have massive inefficiencies built in. That's ultimately, again, what I'm trying to say or trying to illustrate of a huge gap.
Okay, thank you. You know who I've got a problem with now?
Oh,
Lacto.
shit.
Lacto.
I knew it. I knew the moment you said it. This is the struggle of being a white man. Go ahead. Why you got a
Well,
problem
I mean, that's part of the problem right there, right? This is the problem of multiculturalism, right? This is what my conservative friends have been saying all the time, right? We let multiculturalism in, right? And suddenly, Lactoid, a white man, right, with pure blood, pure heritage, right? Now he's like late. He's late to his appearances. What is this, huh? I
was in a prior engagement. I was debating law.
Yeah, and your alarm clock didn't go off either. Yeah, I got it. No, I got it, right? What are the excuses?
I'll have you know, I was defending Diddy. So.
You're black.
So you were
Clearly, I'm
defending
racially-
Diddy?
Yeah, I've been defending Diddy in politics. Like I am a racial justice warrior for the black cause.
I don't know that the blacks really want to claim Diddy right now. I feel like
no,
Diddy's kind of on his own.
Remember, there are people. You gotta.
There is a portion of
I'm just saying.
the black population that is defending Diddy, and they are black MAGA. Right now, I don't mean that in relation to Trump. To be clear, that it sounds like I'm relating them to Trump. I'm not. I'm saying the mindset there is the same as MAGA, right? That within the black community, yes, within the black community, and this has been like criticized many times, right? Like, rather than like focusing on our politicians or our academics, right? Our celebrities get put on a pedestal, right, above all else, and like it makes sense that a celebrity with this much power and this much, years within the spotlight, especially, right? But not necessarily, but still, especially, they have a following that, despite everything, right? Despite all evidence that, at the very least, this is a dog shit individual, they decide to follow him. And to worship this guy. So yeah, like
I want to push back. I want to push back. Here's where my pushback is. Okay. The moment Beyonce started making shit music, the black community immediately stopped defending her. Like, did you see that fucking like 4th of July outfit? Every person has been like fucking capitalism. And like they all like, I've seen black Twitter hates Beyonce right now. And they're like, you're like, you're trying to be white so bad. Like you start making bad country music, they will abandon you in a heartbeat. All right. Diddy managed some decent artists. All right. That's all that's what it takes.
Yeah. But yeah, and so I look at that and I see that same impulse that I see in MAGA, I see that in that group. And it's embarrassing. It's frankly embarrassing watching. They were hooting and hollering outside the courthouse. After
can we say that on? Can we say that? That seems
I
rough.
can say it. I don't know about you. I certainly can, and I will. But yeah, it was.
Wait, is that a race thing?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. I'm just. I'm literally.
I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, is that one? Because I've said that before. I don't know that was a race thing.
Yeah, another thing that we can bash Gibbs over the head with later on. Gather clips, okay?
All these racial insensitivities because I'm just not racist at all. That's what it is.
This is what happens when you stop working in corporate America. You don't get the updates from your sensitivity trainings. Man.
No HR. I am the HR now. That's not good.
You know what I mean? It's like black people are so fucking insensitive to the whites because, they have their own language and they don't realize how difficult it is for whites to keep up with like new things. Okay. Like black people, they just snap their fingers and they have a new word for something and they have a new thing to be offended by. Right. And it's like we whites, we suffer. Okay. We don't know what the new words are. We're so happy that AI exists because we can be like, what does cap mean? Thank you, Grok. And then and then there's a new thing to be offended by, and we just don't. We just need a little time, okay?
I want to unironically defend Diddy just for a second.
Oh, of course you do.
Because,
of course you do.
Yeah,
right.
Because there is an
baby oil
offense.
industry. Is that one of your clients? Huh? Is the baby oil industry one of your clients? Is that why you're defending them?
First, I'm a Russian shill. Now I'm a baby oil shill.
I think you're a shill for lots of things. But I'm asking is baby oil one of them. Big baby oil. Is that your thing?
Well, maybe baby oil is manufactured in Russia. I don't know. But I just wanted to point out.
He's getting paid by Johnson & Johnson, which, ironically gave HIV to people on purpose.
I mean, what a great name! What a great name for a baby oil company, especially in light of Diddy. Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
All right,
okay, here's
Can you imagine the jury having to watch Freak Offs though? Can you imagine that?
Give me a second.
Like, run that tape back real quick. Oh wow, he put cum where?
So yeah, I know it's fun. Diddy was found not guilty of the serious charges.
Mm-hmm.
He was only found guilty of some piddling bullshit. He was found guilty of transportation for prostitution.
Bullshit.
Not sex trafficking, right? I mean, sex trafficking like has the implication of coercion. He was found not guilty of that. So far, the only crimes that he's been found guilty of is basically hiring and moving hookers.
Yeah.
To me, look, you can think that he's guilty. You can think the jury made a mistake. Maybe I'll be there with you. But our criminal justice system, how it works is if the jury finds you not guilty, you are not guilty. The only things he's guilty of are things that he should get bail on. And the fact that he was denied bail, I think that, honestly, it's a little bit suspicious. I worry that perhaps the judge in denying bail was taking into account those charges that he had been found not guilty of. And the judge should not be able to take into consideration whatsoever the fact that he was found not guilty of those.
Okay, well then, if that's your narrow defense, then I guess I agree.
That's my only defense of Diddy. Nothing else.
Actually, hold on. Say, no. But then I will push back. So I agree specifically with what you just named, right? If you're saying that, like, no, that's eligible for bail, although the specific charges are eligible for bail, and that he should have gotten bail. If you look narrowly at that case. But my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I had wrong information here, but my understanding is that the reason why the judge denied him bail is his clear violent past that has been demonstrated beforehand, right? And even...
It's alleged.
And, no. Even his defense lawyers admitted that he was a violent individual. Like, in the trial, that was part of the defense.
Sure.
That means it's not even an allegation at that point. It's a fact of the case, right?
His own defense alleges that he's
violent. I didn't know that. I didn't know that particular part. But even if that is the case, that I don't think that necessarily means that, like, you should be denied bail, again, on charges that I think are unrelated to violence. Remember, if it's related to violence, I think that you could make that argument. But the charges that he was found guilty of were non-violent charges. If he gets a speeding ticket, I don't think you should be able to, like, raise the speeding ticket because, like, he was violent in the past. In the same way that in this case, hiring hookers, well, first of all, shouldn't even be a crime in my opinion. Agreed. So, like, I'm already predisposed to, like, just not care about the fact that those were charged in the beginning. I think
agreed.
Morally, I think that he may have done more that he simply wasn't charged with. But
someone in my chat said, "Why can't you smack your hookers around anymore? Thought this was America."
Like, they're gonna go after all the greats. They're gonna go after Snoop Dogg. I mean, who's next?
Listen, it's really simple, right? Look, the judge just needed to wait for Kid Cudi to get off of tour, right? So that Kid Cudi could come back and check his car for bombs because they need an expert that has been that can identify P. Diddy bombs on their vehicles. All right. It was an honest thing. They just needed to make sure a bomb expert wasn't available, so they had to bring in the next best thing, which was Kid Cudi, you know?
Yeah, they got Sierra in there like vouching for Kid Cudi instead of Kid Cudi vouching for the Kid Cudi story. That was a weird one for me. Why didn't they get Kid Cudi in there?
I obviously
the prosecution was utterly retarded in every way in this, to the point where it almost feels like they were bought.
Isn't it just up to the judge for bail? Like, they can pretty much do like whatever they want. Just like, I mean, they just. Like,
so judges have discretion when it comes to bail, but you can obviously, like, abuse your discretion. I think the judge has to, like, give,
like, notorious for just abusing a bunch of things.
I have judgments about judges.
Just the blacks.
But hold on. But unironically, Scott, I mean, this is an allegation that has some merit behind it. Like, you know, people often say, like, you know, when people talk about, like, discrimination racially, you know, the evidence regarding police is much more spotty. But the evidence regarding judges is actually much more like solid. That there does appear to be some significant racial prejudice from judges when it comes to, like, sentencing and when it comes to whether or not they accept bail or deny bail.
And I agree with you, but I'm sorry.
If Diddy was a white man, he would be out.
And I agree with you. Hold on. But was that judge played a video of Diddy beating the shit at one of the witnesses?
What if it was a white man beating the shit out of one of the witnesses? Would you let him know?
Maybe. He should also be denied bail. I'd appreciate
no, not for those charges.
But I don't know that much, but isn't Diddy's like wealth
violent against
also kind of part of the problem?
Accused him.
Yeah, he was literally on the way to Bahamas whenever he turned around.
No, but Prime. Here's the follow-up question.
I'm just asking.
The question is going to be like, so what? So somebody has a violent past, but they're not, like, they're not facing charges for that. Let's say in the current court case.
Yeah, but
can you just say, like, oh, I saw you on video doing this one time?
Part of the case, though.
He was not found guilty of that.
I hear you. It wasn't part of the charges, but it was a minor. And again, if I'm wrong, because I didn't follow the trial like deadly closely. So if I say something incorrectly, I promise you, actually, I'm not trying to be dishonest, right? So I do apologize if I messed anything up. But my understanding is that they played the video, right? The famous video in the hotel room, right? Right. So Diddy has a clear.
Well, he keeps a towel on the whole time somehow.
Yeah, Diddy has a clear like history of violence, and violence specifically against the people who testified against him. Right, of threatening them, and even before the trial, right? There was like if I'm again, I hope I'm not getting anything incorrect. I do apologize if I am, but like that there was the accusation of intimidation, right? Do you remember that part where witnesses said they were being contacted, people like witness intimidation? Do you remember this? That's my understanding. Again,
I remember. I know
Okay.
there were some witnesses
Are we defending
alleging
Diddy here,
this.
Lactoid?
yeah. So witness
Yeah, I am.
intimidation.
I'm gonna wait. Hold on. This is like the frustrating to me because for me, I'm like a very by the book. He was charged and found guilty of these two crimes, both of which are nonviolent offenses. So the question to me is, okay, does a violent past, can it be relevant if you're trying to show like a predisposition to being like dangerous to the public? If you're charged with some kind of violent crime and found guilty of some kind of violent crime, because it shows that you're repeating. Potentially, I can see that. But what I don't want to see is that somebody who has a violent past, let's say, and some let's say biased prosecution who just wants to see this guy in prison, they charge him with a whole bunch of shit. None of it sticks except for like, let's say, a parking ticket. And then he's denied bail because, hey, yes, it was just a parking ticket, but look at his violent past. So now he doesn't get bail. No, sorry. Violent past I think can be relevant if the crime itself is violent. But I personally just don't like the idea of violent past being related to currently a non-violent crime, which was the only crime he was convicted of.
Okay, so I think I agree with you overall. I do.
Yep.
Again, my understanding, because I seen a lawyer analyze this, analyze this, and hopefully I'm relating it correctly. But my understanding is that, like his lawyers, as part of his defense, saying yes, it's true, because they couldn't hide it, couldn't deny it, that Diddy has an anger issue, right?
No, it was not self-defense.
Right.
I don't know. He hasn't been convicted, so I publicly don't
Maybe
know.
the
But
dog shit.
you can
out
watch
of
the
it.
videos
What's
if you
the
want.
Yeah, my understanding is that like his defense literally said that. So now, right, it's not in contention anymore. That he's a violent, angry individual, specifically violent at the people who testified against him. And like in that narrow case, it seems to be different. But I hear what you're saying, that there's a slippery slope here, right? So I acknowledge that, and overall, I'd say I agree with you. In this case in particular, like the one that I have in front of me, not the hypothetical ones, but the one I have in front of me, with a man with a clear violent past, no, I won't lose sleep over it. But I hear you.
Yeah, and again, my concern is like, I'm going to sound really woke here for a second. Don't paint me as woke, but like there is truth behind this.
And if for like
there
really,
is like from the DOJ evidence I've seen, like my heart follows the evidence. From the DOJ evidence I've seen, I think that there is some trend of this sort of archetype being generated of an angry, violent male. This is why men are dramatically sentenced for higher sentences for the exact same crime than women. In fact, the gender disparity is much greater than the racial disparity, but the racial disparity exists. And this archetype of the angry black man exists. And we know this now. And so all I'm saying is that when we look at the situation, when we look at Diddy, yes, like there's a lot there that we can be concerned about. The charges that he was acquitted of, I might not have voted that way if I was on the jury, okay? But the system is like, the system needs to have a level of credibility that I'm just so firmly in defense of. And in my mind, you know, when somebody's found guilty or found not guilty of something, even if they obviously, like for OJ, I've had this argument multiple times with multiple people. OJ definitely did it. It was like, it's point fucking blank. It's obvious. But he was found not guilty. That's it. You release him. Sorry. And you can point to his violent. Let's say he had a violent past. Let's say he beat up people, and
So
like
if he was
all
found
this shit
guilty of
doesn't
another
matter.
crime otherwise, like a non-violent crime.
Yeah.
you'd say,
Let's exactly. Let's say OJ, like on the night he was arrested, had some weed on him. Okay,
Mhm.
and like he was found not guilty of like all the murders and everything, but like he couldn't deny the weed, so they found him like guilty of like weed possession. I do not think that he should be like.
Did you just say,
bail.
let's say he had a violent past?
Yeah, I think this is really mind blowing. I just want to add one thing real quick that's going to actually kind of help Factoid's point. Is Bernie Madoff didn't actually was released on bail initially, so the great amount of wealth thing isn't really a good argument here with Diddy, like for him not to be released, because Bernie Madoff could have just dipped off to some other country pretty easy, but and Diddy was literally in the air and they got him to turn around.
He tried.
Yeah, but Diddy was literally in the air and they got him to turn around somehow. I don't really know exactly the story on that, but
he turned himself in.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he turned himself in or the pilot.
A model
he turned around the plane. He didn't have to do that.
I feel like there was something to do with the pilots being threatened with crimes.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe he shouldn't get bail. Okay,
he was on his way. He was on his way to the Bahamas with a registered stop. I remember, and he told him to keep circling, like to not land.
He turned around, drop out, and come back.
Obviously, he wasn't that wealthy if he couldn't pay a pilot to keep going.
Well, I mean, obviously, hold on. You could pay a pilot good enough to never come back to the U.S. because he's gonna face a whole bunch of charges.
You could pay me enough to never come back to the U.S.
I'm sure you could pay me enough too, but you think Diddy was?
What's the number?
Hold on, Diddy's not.
We have FaceTime.
Hold on, Diddy's not. Diddy's not known for his gratuity and an extreme amount of money he's gonna spend. He's more known for blowing up the car.
Was he a pilot or was he a treetop flyer?
I'm thinking he probably would just blow up the pilot's car after they landed. The pilot probably thought that too.
Okay, this guy's not fucking Jason Bourne. He's Diddy. I understand
Diddy is literally.
Women.
Well, no. I don't know. You apparently don't know all the.
He probably blew up Kid Cudi's car.
He also probably killed his. Yeah, and he was also potentially involved with all the Suge Knight shit too. Like Diddy is like he's literally he's literally a GTA villain. Like this is like.
Yeah, I just know from the internet that you always side with 50 Cent. You never go against 50 Cent. Okay, and if 50 Cent
if you side with 50 Cent, you're probably morally right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm gonna side with 50 on this one, right? And I'm not taking any of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, 50's not trying to fuck with Diddy either. I mean, he is, but he's like not.
He wants him in jail, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fuck around.
He hates Diddy.
Yeah, he hates him, but he's like also not gonna go to a shooting war with him because he knows Diddy's fucking crazy.
Yeah. He's also been shot enough.
Yeah. So
that's the big point there.
He testified at the trial about his car being car bombed, and that's like a long time accusation because Diddy was jealous that Kid Cudi was talking to his ex or to his current, I don't know, has some sort of friendship or some sort of relationship with one of his girls, and then so a car bomb appeared. Oh, yeah, I mean,
sorry, we live in a country where innocent until proven guilty. Sorry, I agree. They should investigate it.
OJ is innocent.
No, but see, and
according to the law, he's innocent.
Outside of the statute of limitations. So, my understanding, again, I'm not a lawyer, so if I get something wrong, I do apologize. But my understanding is that the reason why they charged him with the RICO cases in the first place is because all these offenses were outside the statute of limitations, right? And this allowed the federal government to be involved. There was no otherwise federal charges. And so this allowed the federal government to get involved by making it a RICO case and then proving it. So what I heard is that RICO usually involves a criminal enterprise, right? More than one individual. And they didn't really prove that other people were necessarily involved, or that they knew or whatever. They didn't make that case properly, and also that the victims, and this part was wild, right? That the victims weren't actually being coerced, that because they were showing text messages back and forth between Diddy and Cassie and others, right? Where I guess it wasn't immediately visual. Hey, you raped me. Hey, you beat the shit out of me, right? As we always see with domestic violence cases, right? There's still a little affection, even the people who do the most vicious abuse to you, right? If they're your father, if they're your mother, if they're your your husband, your lover, right? You'll still find moments where they're not like actively trying to run away from this individual.
I'm backstage.
And my understanding is that was presented, and so that's like the jury didn't buy that case, so that's why they didn't like directly hit him with like sexual assault.
But P Diddy,
or beatings or
what
anything
was
like
she
that.
wearing? How could you rape someone if their name of their band is Pussycat Dolls? I mean, clearly they had it coming with that name, right?
But by the way, it's odd that we're talking about like egregious court cases about Diddy when what dropped today. Because
Diddy's the real news.
What did I miss? Oh, you mean the Epstein?
The
I just want to tell you guys,
Oh,
I've got the files right here on my desk. Now you can't see them because they might be invisible, but I have been reasonably informed that these files are the Epstein case files insofar in that they don't exist.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said it's funny that we're talking about it. Well, you brought it up, Lactoy. That's why
I did bring it up. Yeah.
But in any case,
I kind of assumed
I hope
that
you
would
wouldn't
get
bring
brought
it
up
but,
as part of the discussion anyways, which is why I didn't really bring it up.
Epstein, I don't know. I mean, I think now can we say that Trump is an absolute liar, right? Like, that he is a dishonest individual.
What, now we got to wait till now.
Well, no. I've been saying it for
pretty
years.
egregious.
I'm trying to get like my Republican friends on board. Hey, how honest are you? Right? Will you say that Trump promised specifically on the campaign trail to reveal these files? Right?
Hold on. We got to wait and see what the Tate brothers' opinions are on this before we can give a public statement whether or not Trump is a liar.
This is a lie, and it's not just like a technical sense lie that I think a lot of people jump on Trump for, which is like, oh, this small little thing, it's technically not accurate, but nobody gives a fuck. I think this was a long-winded, methodical dishonesty on a fundamental level, which sucks. It just sucks.
I have a question.
I appreciate you, Lactoid. Shout out to Lactoid.
If we assume that the FBI and CIA or whomever is involved is corrupt, with or without Trump, right? Trump is the swamp. He always has been. He got to start in New York City, real estate, and Atlantic City, places that have never been associated with the mob in the 1980s. Anyways,
the mob says they couldn't get him to be mad. Remember, the mob said they couldn't get him. You can trust the mom to tell the truth.
You can trust the mom to tell. Yeah. But anyways, my question is knowing what we know now, right? Which was they were never going to release any fucking files, and that the entire thing was a scam and a lie. We don't know to what degree every party was involved, right? Like we don't know how involved Kash Patel was in covering it up, or Dan Bongino, or Pam Bondi, or Trump, et cetera, et cetera. But my question is, when they grabbed a bunch of conservative influencers and gave them like fake bullshit binders and told them not to look into it, and then didn't give them any time to look at it, and then we're just like, hey, go through these doors, where they had to walk across the White House to go out of a different set of doors that they normally they had to go through and then got marched and then got ambushed by paparazzi so that they would be there having photos of the binders. What level of conspiracy mind are we at where they were like, since we're not going to do this, we're also going to completely fuck a bunch of conservative influencers, because now every time that Trump or MAGA or anything gets brought up, everyone on Twitter is going to be like, this you? And it's a picture of you like, oh, the binder. It feels intentional. I don't know.
It feels like to me, and I'm pulling this straight out of my ass, right? I'm pulling this
question out of my ass. I'm just curious. It seems weird, you know?
It seems to me that like because that's a good question. Like you actually asking a good question here, right? Like it's going to be a lot. If you're not going to do it in the first place, right? Not actually going to release anything. Why do the whole song and dance, right? With the conservatives at that moment, right? With like Laura Loomer and them, right? So it seems to me that they're like, I think people within the White House thought like, oh, like they believe Trump, right? Like they're a part of MAGA, right? And they believe Trump. Trump says we're going to release these files, and so we're going to release these files, right? And we're going to release something, right? Even if they didn't think they were going to release all the files. I could imagine people in the White House not actually believing we're going to do that, right? But at the very least, we're gonna release some new information, right? And so that was the plan. And then like it came down from on high, right? Of course, we're not gonna do that. And so what they put in those binders was like information that had already been released, but have been further redacted, right? So it was less than what we had previously. And it was a complete mess. So I think that happened like last minute, right? And they're like, well, we got to give them something. The conservatives, they had already sent the invites to the conservatives. Conservatives are on their way. They probably were in their hotel rooms, right? They got to give them something. And so that's what they came up with. That's what it feels like to me, but I could be wrong. Gibbs?
I'll be honest. When it came to what I was voting for, the Epstein list was like next to the bottom. I'll be honest with that. Now, whether or not, I think that I want to say this though, with Fabian's question especially, and I think I've kind of mentioned this before, is yes, Trump is also like a showman, and whenever Fabian's asking like, how much is this for show, you got to remember, well, who is his cabinet member that does education? Well, it's Linda McMahon. Right? And now I don't know if you've watched the WWE ever, but
did when I was a kid, when it was the WWF.
Well, the WWE, like
so
Star
old.
Wars EU, and like now I guess Marvel, they are the godfathers of seeding. Right? When they do these shared universes. And what's like the thing you always see in the WWE? You see them walk in the background with like, oh, you'll have two characters talking. Suddenly, oh, is that hint that there's a new faction? You'll have like a little poster in the background with someone will be standing under. You'll see like Karrion Kross talking to somebody. It's like always what's going on in the background. They'll have like people fighting in the background, like arguing or like whatever. And like they won't even be part of the promo. This is akin to that for me. And I could easily see them using it to like either burn somebody or do a long con. And I know you're like maybe like a lot of people don't want to give them credit for this, but I think that the Trump team has been maybe the best ever when it comes to media manipulation. Like I think that's their skill. Like that's
I could agree. I mean,
agree with that. But it was a big fuck up if they weren't going to release anything. But secondly,
who's to say who knew what the plan was the whole time?
Right, but okay, but are you really saying that you don't like that? Like it's not high on your priority list?
I mean, maybe second to last on my priority list.
That the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world were fucking children and may or may not have been blackmailed and bought off in terms of controlling government. Like, shouldn't that be like, I don't know, like way up there? Like, shouldn't this be one of the greatest betrayals of a president in U.S. history?
Well,
like,
I'll answer that.
This is kind of low on the list. I mean, who cares if the wealthy elite fuck children and get blackmailed by potentially Israel or just client lists and corporations, whatever it is, to make sure that our government is not in any way, shape, or form free in any capacity, so that the peons can be controlled by a bunch of evil pedophiles. Like, what the fuck?
I'll respond to this. It's really simple. I'll tell you. Yeah,
we should be really mad about this.
We should be mad. It's bad. It's really bad. It's real terrible. But you know what people vote on generally? And this is what I voted on. I voted on the shit that's affecting me in my day-to-day life. I don't give two fucks about what's happening up in, I don't know, Washington with the elites and some little children they got from fucking another country. Yeah, I mean, it could. It could.
No, it does.
Hold on. Let me finish.
You don't care about children being raped.
No, I do. Oh, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what you said. You said you didn't care about the children.
Hold on. It's levels of caring. Levels of caring.
Okay.
That's bad. But I care a lot with something like
meme occurring right now.
No, really though. Like y'all are gonna like make this a meme. I'm gonna get this out, right? I care a lot more when my friends that I see on a regular basis are being killed by the cartel. I care a lot more whenever my ranch is being damaged. That affects me. Yeah, that's affecting me right now. Whether this policy, hold on, whether it's the policy and this overarching shadow government's doing some shit, yeah, that's affecting our lives. It's been affecting our lives for 30 years. But this guy promised to fix something tomorrow, and the other guy told me, fuck you. Guess who's gonna get the vote? Oh, this evil piece of shit instead of that evil piece of shit.
Hold on.
Like, I don't really
agree
see why
with
y'all are.
I agree with you. I agree with you if we're comparing presidential candidates or like we're comparing one versus the other. I totally understand you in terms of like the lesser of two evils argument, or even like I'm a single issue voter because this is what's directly affecting me right now. And like, these things are less important to me. But we're not talking about comparing Trump to Kamala Harris. We're talking about the betrayal that Trump did. And if Trump is going to betray the American people and the world and lie to your fucking face about those things, then like, doesn't that erode any level of trust that you have for him to do? Like, I mean, Trump already went back on his word like a couple weeks ago when it came to immigration, being
like,
the budget, but also on immigration, he was like, well, my fucking rich friends in agriculture called me, and all of a sudden, we can't get rid of all of the illegals because we need them for the farms. And it's like, doesn't this just feel like his current immigration shit is just a fucking distraction of like, oh, we're raiding the soccer fields, we got ICE in a line, we're gonna get rid of things so that people won't talk about this horrible fucking monstrous betrayal?
Ridiculous. No, you don't start building. You don't start building giant infrastructure like what was this bullshit everybody's been crying about all week? Alligator like you don't start building infrastructure on a large scale.
Alligator Alcatraz is for the worst of the worst, and only houses 5,000 people. Cool. It's a fucking meme. That's why it's named that way.
Yeah, bro. But it's okay. Listen, it's still major infrastructure. They're still ramping up to what
it's fences and bunk beds. This is major infrastructure.
It's major infrastructure. It's major infrastructure.
It's just tense, but go ahead.
3,000 a day being gone. They're trying to up it to 7 just to get rid of the people that Biden released. Like, yeah, these are problems. I'm seeing results right now in my area. We have the border secured for the first time in my lifetime. We had it secured. The incoming from our areas, problem solved. I haven't heard anybody's ranches getting damaged lately. I've heard way less people getting killed by cartels lately. I mean, the shootings are down in like all these major cities. I think New York had the first 4th of July, which isn't even Texas, but New York had the first 4th of July where no one was killed or shot on 4th of July. Like, we are seeing real-time results change.
People did get shot. It happens every time, everywhere around the country.
Yeah, well, it was way lower this year.
Some places around the country.
Part of that is because the cartels are not being able to do as much along the border.
There's no evidence to say that cartels regularly are the ones who shoot on 4th of July.
Sure, but they are. Yeah. What do you mean? Hold on. Are you telling me you don't think gang violence happens on 4th of July? Are you retarded?
No, I'm saying no.
Don't
try. That's not going to work.
It's that simple. It is going to work. The cartels directly control.
Just say, right? I said, is there a pattern? Is there a pattern of cartels specifically doing gang violence on the 4th of July? Being responsible for the mass shootings we see.
Yeah, absolutely is.
There's show me evidence. I'm waiting for you to not show me that evidence.
I will show you the evidence. You just
get on it.
Look up what day does the most shootings occur in the United States. And usually one of the highest days, 4th of July. Why? Because gang violence. Who runs the gangs? The cartels. That's simple. It's that simple.
There are no American gangs.
Is it because
there are American gangs, but they're directly related with competition
violence, right?
It's both.
In the country awash with guns, right? People are using guns.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can move the goalposts all you want.
No, this is not an anti-Second Amendment argument.
It's a direct correlation.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of guns in this country, which is true.
I feel like that's a fair argument.
It's a direct correlation.
I'm yelling at Admiral Gibbs, right? Because I feel like he's not putting the appropriate amount of outrage that we should be against Trump when it comes to these Epstein situation. But I feel like it's a fairly fair argument, right? Or just a fair argument, right? To say that the cartels have a large influence on gang violence in America.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing.
And that his argument. And that his argument is that Trump's crackdown has had, the result of lowered gang violence, and his evidence of that is 4th of July, which is a stereotypically high date of gang shootings, has gone down significantly. Like, I disagree.
Scott, how is that a fair argument? Like, you walked me up, right?
I just laid it out.
I know, and I'm going to counter that. So hold on. Right? So you walked me up a bunch of reasonable assertions, right? Like, hey, if you are actually, you have to even prove that he's done a good job degrading the abilities of the cartel. I don't necessarily give him that, but I'll for the
neither do I. But I'm saying for the sake of the argument, I don't think his argument is like a goalpost shift or a lie.
I will allow it for now, right? So you say like, hey, gang violence significantly contributes to crime. Okay, right? Trump, at least in Gibbs' mind, has lowered the power of the cartels. Okay, right? If that's the case, well then what follows next is that, well, yeah, for sure, violence then in the country should overall go down. If that's the case, right? Sure. But that doesn't necessarily follow that on one specific day, right, that the violence that we see going back years, right, on 4th of July, not just 4th of July, and other like weekdays, holidays, right, especially the ones during the summer, the violence that we see, right, the mass shootings that we see specifically correlated to the cartels. You understand the logical jump there, correct?
It's not a logical jump. It's just like, evidence isn't proof, right? So you can attack the evidence and say that the evidence, well, hold on, but you can say the evidence isn't sufficient. But when you're talking about gang violence, it's inexorably linked to cartel violence. Like the two are inexorably
But that's not what I'm
right. So I'm just saying it's a reasonable argument, and it sounded like you were saying it was.
My friend, you just ignored the part.
You attack the evidence. I'm with you.
Oh my God, no, Scott, listen. You're not listening to me, right? Scott, that's not what I'm pushing back against. I specifically laid out what I was pushing back against. Tell me, Scott, what was I pushing back against specifically?
Specifically now, or when you were arguing with him, because there's a lot of back and forth.
This entire time, this has been the one thing I pushed back against Gibbs. What's the thing? I just laid it out for you. What is it that I have a problem with?
Right, you seem to have a problem with the evidence itself being insufficient, which is what I just stated.
No.
The problem is that
what is
it's
the aspect?
one day
as
opposed to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you tell me then. Like,
okay. I'll say
if you're gonna immediately jump at me.
I'll say because you're not because you're jumping in and saying, well, this is logical when you're not actually addressing the thing that I'm talking about. Great. So for the third time at least.
Where does the logical leap though?
Oh my God! I literally just laid it out for you. You weren't listening, but I'll do it again. Right?
I was listening.
Oh my! Then shut up and listen again. Then because you clearly didn't catch it before.
What is the logical leap?
Then let me do it. Thank you. So the logical leap is not that gang violence isn't tied to like overall like national violence, like or gang activity isn't tied to overall national violence. It's specifically that 4th of July violence, right, would be tied to that. That's my issue, right? That hey, like that the pattern of violence we've seen on 4th of July specifically, because that was his claim, specifically 4th of July, right, was tied to cartels rather than what we
I feel like we're saying the same thing now, but it's okay.
I don't think we are.
Yeah, it's poor evidence. It's poor evidence.
So I'm saying that's logical leap. To say specifically that cartel violence is the one.
Well, are you saying cartel violence doesn't happen on 4th of July?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so cool. So if cartel violence, hold on. If cartel violence is significantly
of cartel violence has never happened.
Hold on. I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying one instance.
Great.
I'm saying we both agree that cartel violence and gang violence directly related to cartel influences happens on 4th of July. 4th of July is not only just gang violence. There's like plenty of people getting drunk and shooting their homies.
Agreed.
Sure. However, if cartel violence and cartel influence is significantly curtailed, and we have some of the lowest shootings here, specifically in Texas, where a high number of cartel gang violence happens right now.
No.
And we use
New York.
New York. Hold on. New York as well. New York as well. Hold on. It does. Let me finish here. And in New York City, where they also have a large number of cartel members. And guess what? Neither one had as many shootings as previous years. All right. Now, other cities had big shootings, like Chicago had big shootings. That would be arguably gang violence. Cool. But I don't know if that's cartel related or not.
I don't know if it was gang violence.
Maybe not. However, I'm just looking up. I've just been Googling for the last 10 minutes. But what I'm saying is, when I'm looking at these numbers and I see Texas, New York, both those two, New York City specifically, and major cities of Texas having lower shootings due to gang violence, and that's, hey, guess what?
Specifically on 4th of July.
Specifically on 4th of July, after cartel crackdown, it's not a large leap.
Here's what you need to establish.
What a crazy thing.
It's the stupidest fucking
guy got captured.
Here's what you need to establish.
Here's what you need to
establish.
Okay, in 2023, and MS-13 got killed 20 people
that 4th of July, right, is a time that is heavily correlated with gang violence, right? Cartel violence specifically, right? Like Latin American cartel violence. You need to establish that. You need to establish that Trump has degraded their abilities in the first place, and you need to establish that
they have degraded it. I mean, there's less these crimes along the border.
You've said that, but I'm saying establish it, right? I understand you've said it. I'm saying
we've established over the course of many panels now. I don't know what you're arguing yet.
I mean, I've established that. You just keep saying it. I get that, right? Like, it's in your MAGA brain,
you can just look at crime
stats over and over again. But you haven't... you're making the claim. That's why I'm saying, hey, establish any of this, but you haven't, right? So you're bullshitting me.
Literally every single video you'll ask me and then you're like, no, those sources don't matter the next.
It's okay. I won't make this my I won't make this my like I'm not gonna like die on the hill. I don't care.
I mean,
LSP,
yeah,
what we do before we do the question is exactly this. We talk about different things, right? Then we'll get to it. You're here till 11:30, so sit back or participate, whatever you want to do. Any which way. So
it's like a chat.
The thing that I wanted to discuss specifically, though, for a pre-panel discussion, we didn't get to it. We were on Corey's horses, and Corey's horses brought us here. So blame Corey.
With peak efficiency.
Peak efficiency. That's how we travel.
Better.
From better, right? That's how we travel to this moment.
Would even been better if we rode camels. They're even more efficient.
They are.
Ooh.
They are.
True. Better water storage.
We got to bring camels into the discussion. Okay. So, what I want to talk about is what happened in Texas, back to Texas, right? Specifically, with the drownings, right? The disaster that our Texas brothers and sisters are facing. Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. I can't move on. I have to establish something before I move on. So I do want to get to that. That's what I want to talk about. Before we do that, I got to establish one other thing with our Republican friends. Okay, so Lactoid says that Trump lied about Epstein. Scott seems to be saying that, correct? Yes, no? He lied about the Epstein files?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell if he's just retarded or not, but yeah, he lied about it. Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, 110%.
100%. Okay, great. So we just got to make sure. I just need to ask two more questions. We need to establish this, and then we can move on to the other thing. Gibbs, right? I understand that this is not a priority for you. I get that, right? And that makes sense for in terms of voting, right? Specifically voting. It makes sense that you have other things in mind. Of course, Epstein wasn't on top of my mind when I was voting, right? Or deciding what to do with my vote. So that's not what I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you now, as a matter of reality, did Trump lie to the American people when he said that he was going to release those files?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't know all the current news on it today, but it sounds based off what I have read that it seems pretty suspicious, if not a lie. That would be. And that's kind of why I was going with what Scott was saying earlier. I want to know how much of it's manufactured for show. Is he actually going to release this, or what is this? Is he just testing the waters? He's oh, we have to release something. I'd be almost suspect if something came out in the next couple weeks where they do release something and there would be doctored files if he thinks they're just not going to let this die. I wouldn't even be surprised at that point. But yeah, I think that he's not being honest with us about the Epstein stuff.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that. Thank you, Gibbs. Right now, we just one more person. All right, hello, Grid. It's good to have you here. I haven't seen you in a bit.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. I'm going well. Oh, I'm alive anyway. Grid. Would you also agree that Trump lied about releasing the Epstein files?
I don't know that Trump lied. I think he misrepresented the state of his knowledge, which that might be a lie or whatever. But he was the thing about and this is we get into this weirdness where he's told that we have this and then they don't have it or whatever. I don't know, but I'm in the same boat with Fabian Liberty. Whether Trump lied or not, I don't know. Definitely, the director of the FBI, he had to have known. There's no way out of it. And Pam Bondi also obviously said. I think there's literally video saying
you guys put on for this guy is insane.
The claim now is that there's no client list. Period. When we established there was a client list.
It's what I was getting to. Is that she said on camera that she had the list, and now there is no client list. So that's a unique catch-22. I'm not really sure how they're gonna spin that shit. I don't know.
It's just a contradiction.
You guys are doing it right now. You're spinning it right now. What do you mean? It's
you guys understand. Let's just ask the question.
Someone was lied to. You haven't actually listened long enough to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
So this is kind of where I'm at. I'm in the I don't give a fuck crowd. It's been so
I'm not
long.
asking you if you give a fuck. We don't care if you give a fuck.
It's so
we don't
irrelevant.
I'm not asking. Sorry, please. You don't have to give a speech about how you don't give a fuck. I'm not and ask if you cared, right?
Okay. Well,
I'm simply asking whether this is true or not. No, I get you. You don't care, right? But try. I'm not asking you to see if you're honest. This is the point. This is the point of the question. Are you an honest person yourself, right? Or are you like your favorite person, Donald Trump? Are you a liar? So, I'm asking you: did Donald Trump lie about this specific claim that he would release the files?
I'm in the same boat as Fabian. I don't know if he is just had bad information, didn't know, or he's a fucking liar. I don't know.
He's a liar.
Scott, did you say you were a liar or not?
Hold on. Let me clarify my claim.
Well,
Donald
let's
Trump
just go down the ladder, right? What Grid said earlier
I
was
only actually heard like the last few minutes, Fabian, because everybody was kind of yelling.
That's fair, but Donald Trump is a liar either way. Now he's either a liar who sold the idea that we were going to get these files and was a part of this process of covering up the files and then change tune at a later date, or B, he is a liar in that was made a liar by other individuals saying, oh yeah, we got him, we're going to get rid of these files, etc. And if B is true, where he is, where he's less culpable, I mean, I hate to quote presidents, but the buck stops here. You're in charge of this. And so I expect is if I hear Kash Patel come out and say, oh, well, there is no client list, then the next thing needs to be, we've started an active investigation against Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi. They are being relieved of their power as of right now. We will be going through new investigations. We will find this. And if there is no list, I will update you at that point, but I've been lied to and manipulated. And this is a coup. This is a coup by the deep state to try and undermine the presidency of Donald Trump, and people need to go to prison. People need to be buried under the prison. And as far as I'm concerned, a few people need to be shot or drawn and quartered. Fuck this regular
but as long as people don't care.
As long as people don't care, and that's still on the fucking books for treason. And it's not going to do that because he's a fucking liar.
He's a fucking
and a corrupt piece of shit.
LSP, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Grid originally. That's who I was trying to respond to. I had a question because he seemed to say that he doesn't know if Trump has
He's not muted.
necessarily direct culpability. Can you hear me?
Hear him.
No, I didn't say he didn't have
we can all hear
culpability.
you, LSP, except for
Okay, let me say
Yeah,
just keep going.
Okay,
Scott.
Grid.
he didn't have direct culpability. I said I'm in the same boat as Fabian, and now that he's clarified, I'm even further. He's basically said more eloquently than what I would say, which is either he knew or had some understanding and just made yet another rhetorical lie, or he didn't know, was fed and is being manipulated, and he needs to clean house. One of the two.
Gotcha. So should he fire Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, or Kash Patel?
You muted yourself or something.
He's not muted.
We can hear him.
No, somehow I didn't click him and it was muted on my end.
Grid.
Yeah, I heard him and now I did. Now say something.
Yeah, test.
Something. Test. I
was hearing him.
I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, I hear him just fine.
I can hear him. You might want to unmute him on Discord,
it's a
maybe.
libertarian thing.
Okay, Grid, can you hear me or not?
Yeah, everyone else. Well, sorry, everyone else.
He's A27L.
A27L. He's not muted on Discord.
Hold on. What do you have his volume set at?
Oh, that could be. Well, no, it's wide open. I literally heard him to start with, and now I don't hear him.
So you guys
leave. Anyway, can I?
Let me go. LSP has to be able to hear. So Grid, leave the Discord. I'll pull you back in. Maybe that'll solve it.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll just repeat what LSP says.
Verbatim.
It may be.
I haven't gotten a chance to say anything.
He hasn't gotten a chance to say anything,
and I didn't even get to say anything.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, let LSP. Sorry, so let Grid leave, and then come back.
Say something else, LSP.
Okay, something else. LSP.
No. I thought I heard him there for a second. All right, stand by. Let me jump out.
Just let him back, and then
standing by.
Go LSP.
The LSP curse.
Yeah.
Seriously. Okay, well, I can ask this question for the broader panel if anybody else is curious about it, but this was the question I was going to direct towards Grid, that if you want to say that Donald Trump doesn't have direct knowledge of the Epstein files, that he was misled, right? This is the deep state out to mislead him. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, should they resign? Should they get fired? Like,
Pam Bondi should be fired.
Who in this administration should be held accountable?
I would say Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Kash Patel's directly in charge of the FBI, and he should have access to all that information. And same thing with Pam Bondi. I think those two, either
and Dan Bongino.
Well,
I didn't like Pam Bondi from the beginning.
I don't even remember what his position is. So
He's
deputy director of the FBI.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Grid, you think Pam Bondi, Bongino, and Patel should all be fired?
If there's wrongdoing, sure.
Should be jailed.
Pam Bondi.
Well, there's wrongdoing somewhere.
Gates, unironically,
well,
I was
what I'm
Matt
wondering.
Gates from the beginning.
Oh, I guess my question's in twofold. Like, one is, Grid, how are you? In what ways are you going to hold this administration responsible if somebody's lying? And two, don't you see it as a bit of an indictment on the president that people he keeps appointing keep being these monumentous fuck ups?
He has to see that they're lying. He doesn't know that they're lying yet, right? That's his whole thing.
He's their boss. He should know that they're lying.
Grid's not sure. Grid's not sure if they're lying. He doesn't know what's real and what's not anymore. He doesn't know.
Well, they're politicians, right? So 80% of them are going to be liars no matter what.
You manipulate entire narratives. So what do you know? We only know what we can see, right? Like, for all I know,
that's the problem.
Our president is manipulated by narratives and hires people who lie to the American people.
Literally, like, has dirt on Bondi and whoever and Patel and she's blackmailing both of them. For all I know,
for all you know, then why would Trump hire these people? I don't know. That should be disconcerting to you. That if you don't know this, why would you endorse a guy who puts these kinds of people in positions of power?
That's happened throughout history. What are you talking about? I've hired bad people.
My question was very direct. If you don't know if these people are trying to undermine the president,
what
my question is
is that when I hire someone that steals from me?
Right. My question is very direct. What would it take?
My answer was also very direct.
Grid, what if you hired somebody who steals from me and then don't fire them?
If I don't fire them, that's a problem. That's a problem, and that's the problem I have with Trump, right? Like if it's proven out that this is
make me rich,
then you gotta get rid.
We don't need any proof. We like the proof is already on camera.
Bondi and Patel both are on camera video saying, "Hey, we got this. This is what we're gonna do.
We're gonna release it. We're going through fucking Kash Patel went on Joe Rogan and described how they're going through the records and they're going to release the records and they're not gonna. And he says we're not gonna re-victimize people by like putting out like the victims' names, and that's one of the reasons why we have to go through line by line and make sure that the records are released are like acceptable.
I'm glad that I'm
right. And so both of those people are without a doubt lying. Now, an investigation needs to take place because maybe they're being blackmailed or maybe they're being threatened in some capacity, right? That just means more people need to go to jail, not that these people, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, the director of the FBI has had his house raided multiple times by multiple different agencies. You know what I mean? Like it's not impossible for, state officials to be blackmailed. I mean, it's kind of part and parcel of the CIA from like the 1960s up until the 1990s, and then magically it somehow got better or something.
I just want something clarified real quick. All right, so I've seen all this stuff with Bondi and with Patel, I know Dan Bongino is the deputy director of the FBI, and I guess my question, this is really just a clarifying question. I haven't really seen much of his stuff post getting put in the FBI, being associated with the Epstein stuff. Like, is he like been like coming out and talking about the Epstein list a lot? I don't remember him.
Yeah, he is. Like, so I mean, he hasn't gotten the same.
Since he got put in, because I'm wondering if he's like running other areas of the department. He
has made multiple statements as if he is an active part of the process, and that and Kash Patel and him have both said we when they're talking about each other. In charge of releasing the Epstein files, right? So that is why I bring him. I wouldn't normally just say automatically the deputy director is involved, right?
I'm kind of curious too. I mean, it seems like there's a lot to this, and it's going to be a hell of an investigation.
Can I ask a question?
What investigation?
They're going to investigate themselves and find nothing.
There's a better question.
Hold on a second.
There's a better question.
But wait, on. But literally the head of the FBI is saying that there is no evidence. There's nothing to investigate, so there won't be an investigation. Like it's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, the head of the FBI can say that, but there are other agencies that investigate federal agencies.
Sure. What agency, right, under Donald Trump? Because Trump hasn't come out and said, "Oh, snap!" Right? Like this is crazy. Like I know there's a list, right? Why is
it's pretty clear Trump endorses this narrative.
Do you believe the Epstein
Hold
list is
on,
real?
hold on. So if you're cleaning house, do you make an announcement that you're bringing the NSA in to clean fucking house, or DIA?
What? Yes, you announced that you're going to. Yes, that you're going to purge. Yes, that you were going to purge. They've already announced they're purging several other agencies. Why are you acting like this is weird?
Yeah, sure. After the investigations are mostly done. That's not how.
Did you miss like the first 2 weeks of Trump's administration where he went through and axed like 50,000 people from like the federal workforce? They already do purges.
Not enough.
That wasn't Trump, and B, that wasn't an investigation. I mean,
it wasn't Trump. Who was it?
Are you this bad at this?
Who was it? If it wasn't Trump, who was it?
Elon Musk and Doge.
Who was Elon Musk working for?
They were not investigating wrongdoing. They're not police officers.
What is Doge a department of?
Trump doesn't do anything. He's just the president.
He doesn't do anything. He's just the president.
Yeah, bro. What do you mean? Wait, Grid, do you believe the Epstein list is real?
I can't. With
like,
this
do you
guy.
think there's an Epstein list?
My honest opinion. I have this weird thing about the Epstein thing. There has to be video somewhere. There's no way you have
there's supposed to be
the FBI is hiding it. That's the issue. Would you believe the list is real?
Well, why does it have to be the FBI?
Because they're the ones who have
that would
the
be
list.
Who would have the video?
So, like, do you believe this list is real?
It can't be the CIA.
Oh my god! I don't care. Use any agency. I don't give a fuck. They're covering it up. Do you believe the list is real?
You guys don't think the Russians have it?
Oh my god! Do you believe the list is real?
The list. Do you believe?
Do you believe the list is real?
And this is another thing. They fly all these people out.
Yes or no?
One cell phone video anywhere on the
internet. Is the list real?
It's fine. You don't believe the list is real. It's okay.
Grid. Stop distracting. Desperately distracting. This is what you do all the time. Desperately distract. Grid. People are asking you very simple questions. Do you believe the client list is real?
How would I know?
So he doesn't believe the list is real. It's that simple.
So okay,
don't know that it's real.
Dude, okay, hold on. Let's
you know that it's real? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know there's a client list from the island. Yeah,
let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. Did you believe Pam Bondi when she said she had a list on her desk? Do you think she was being truthful then, or that she was lying then?
No, I didn't believe Pam Bondi had a list. And this is actually part of the reason why is because here's part of the reasons why. Because the Democrats investigated Trump 2 years to put him on that island. To put him on that island. They looked at every flight.
I told you, anything to own the Dems.
Democrats made Trump go to Epstein's island. Great. I want to meet you.
Anything to own the Dems. That's insane, bro. You guys are insane.
It would have.
He came to Jesus.
I want to say something real quick.
It came to the Republican Party.
Grid. I fully agree that the Democrats are inconsistent on this issue, but we voted for something different, right? Pam Bondi said.
I'm not even talking about different. I'm talking about.
Bro, you got lied to. It's fine.
Investigation of a magnitude that's rarely seen to put one person on an island.
You guys got scammed for your vote. It's fine.
Sure, no, it's all it's all bullshit. I've had multiple debates. Where I've debated the New York fraud case, the felonies, where it's all bullshit. And yes, a lot of the lawfare against Trump was bullshit. There's so much bullshit that was there. And yes, Democrats are highly inconsistent when it comes to this, no doubt. But Pam Bondi said that she had all these files on her desk.
Right.
And you have Kash Patel going on Joe Rogan saying that they have all these videos that they're reviewing.
And it was going to be released. She had the full list and it was going to be released.
Because she lied. She lied. And the only question in my mind, there's only two possibilities. One, she lied and she knew the whole time, and she was just using this for some kind of like political getup, which is fucked in of itself. But the other one is a little bit more pernicious, which is that they actually do have the dirt, but there's some force that's compelling her to say they don't. That scares the hell out of me. And the whole idea of draining the swamp means that we shouldn't be beholden to either category. We shouldn't be beholden to people who lie to us, and we shouldn't be beholden to people who feel compelled to lie to us because there's some kind of like force behind the scenes telling them to lie to us. Like it's I don't know.
I feel so bad for Lactoid.
I don't think Pam Bondi was even a good
so
candidate to
bad
begin
for
with. There's so many people we could have put instead of Pam Bondi. She's not good. Just replace her.
She's awful. Agreed. Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, I like kind of want to like kind of maybe bridge the gap between like what like Grid's saying and kind of what y'all are doing here. I think I know that I said already it was dishonest, but like when I voted for Trump, like right, this was not high on my list, and I know we can debate on whether or not that's good or bad. Let's not do that. Just for the sake of argument, follow with me, right? When I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, like all the conservatives for fucking years have gotten into conspiracy circles and sat here and gone, these fucking rich elites, they're fucking them kids and they're on the adrenochrome and they're going to the island for years, right? So whenever rich elite Donald Trump comes down and tells us, oh, back in 2016, hey, all the things you think they do in that big house over there, they're doing it. And then he comes out and says this shit, and he comes out and he's like, we're going to change some of that if I get elected. You know, it's like an honest liar, right? And so when I come here and we're here today and we're sitting here going, oh, are you surprised that he's hiding the Epstein list? One, I'm going to say something maybe y'all are going to freak out about, but just let me finish here. I don't know whether the Epstein client list is real. Like, how are we going to define that? I'm sure there's videos. I'd like to like know if them saying the client list isn't real, it means they're going to stop looking at these videos. I'd rather know about that. But on the flip side, like when I'm sitting here looking at real results, like I don't have this concern about whether this guy's, you know, over here doing this or shit. For all I know, they're probably all doing it. But why are you surprised that this is happening, guys? Whenever last week or like 3 weeks ago, they were like, or maybe it was a month ago now. I'm not sure. It all blurs together at this point. But they said, oh, we have the video. I've seen it of Epstein hanging himself. After like right before there was no video, and now they're like, oh, we misspoke. We haven't seen the video. And like this has just happened like recently, like of Epstein hanging.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, there was a whole like, oh, I saw the video.
There's a whole thing.
Yeah, and then like later there was like, I didn't see it. I misspoke. Like that already to me.
Who said
seems
that?
Like there
Who said
are.
this?
Was it Patel? I don't remember.
Okay.
Like that already to me seems like they're pulling the old rigmarole bamboozle, right?
Yeah.
Like there's some bullshit happening. So whenever this happens today, like y'all are surprised.
So no. Calm down.
Wait.
Gibbs.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gibbs.
Back in 1 minute.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even make my conservative brothers here, like, you know, that's what I'm asking.
You're maybe conservative brothers are
I know y'all are like surprised, like aren't surprised that they're lying.
Yeah, because he's a pathological liar.
Yeah, but like, why are y'all surprised after like just last week this video disappeared and reappeared kind of thing? Like,
can I just add a little bit of context to that as well? The Office of Professional Responsibility from the DOJ, November 2020 report, found that there's an 11-month gap in Alex Acosta's emails where everything from the DOJ to him, there was an update. And so all of the evidence of what the original Epstein investigation where he got the sweetheart deal, all of that is like all of the emails with the DOJ are gone. Whoops, just like the camera footage that proved, the camera's cut off. And then we were like, we actually found camera footage. Oh, I guess we don't have camera footage. Like this entire thing is so obviously a fucking cover up. And the only question is, how deep does the cover up? To be clear, that is the only question.
To be clear, right? So everyone knows Alex Acosta was the attorney general or the prosecutor who gave Epstein a sweetheart deal, right?
That's what I said. Yeah.
No. It was for everyone else. Right? That gave Epstein a sweetheart deal, and then later became Trump's part of Trump's cabinet. Right, a labor secretary, I think it was. Right, so let's just understand.
I mean,
this is after all that nonsense.
And he stated that he was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence, and that's why he gave him a sweetheart deal.
Exactly. So let's be clear about what we're dealing with. So let's not bullshit about the type of person Trump is, right? He's literally everyone who's been Pam Bondi also was connected to the Epstein prosecutions, right? And then she dropped charges. Now what do you know? What do you know? She's promoted. I don't know. Interesting. Yet another example.
Yeah.
Ollie.
So like the issue with like arguing with Gibbs or Grid on this is that they were like, it seems to be that maybe Gibbs more than Grid, they're like one issue voters, whereas Gibbs was like the border. The border. He's because all Gibbs is saying is, look, listen, I'm seeing real results, so I don't really care about the other shit. I didn't vote for the other shit. Grid, I don't necessarily know what you specifically voted on. It seems like the border was probably a big thing. I don't know what your other things on, but I don't know if you voted for like Trump, right? You voted for this one policy and you thought Trump could do it. Whereas like someone like Lactoid was like, overall, Trump is better than and he's gonna get my shit done. And I feel like Lactoid's just been taking L's on his vote.
To be clear,
ever since that vote was cast, Lactoid's been taking L after L.
The
after
first 2
L,
months were awesome. The first 2 months were great.
I'm empathetic to you, Lactoid. Because we had this conversation before the election. When I said I don't think it's a principled vote to vote for Trump because this guy's not gonna you can't trust him. He's not gonna do any of the shit you want him to do, and he's gonna end up flopping. He's gonna fuck you over. So you can sit here and you're going to criticize him. But when we're talking to Gibbs and Grid about like the Epstein list and how far and how deep this is going, and how even Trump's administration now seems to be covering up for the Epstein list, you guys do this thing where it's like the Dems. If Biden or Obama or anyone fucking near their administration was doing this with the Epstein list in your faces, you'd be fucking in the streets with pitchforks saying how you need to save the kids from the rapists and how the Dems are this and the libs are no. Yes, you fucking would. Yes, you fucking would. Because even no. Because even though you didn't vote for the list, the fact that it was a big part of why MAGA voted for the list, the fact that they boasted about it so much should prove to you that the guy you voted for is an unprincipled.
We'd be yelling about it, 100%.
Right?
Hold on.
Because you're saying just because you're seeing a result for one fucking issue doesn't mean the whole country isn't dealing with a larger issue at scale. So just take ownership to that. Because you guys can't even admit that the list is real. You guys don't even believe the island is real at this point.
No, that's not what I said either. First of all,
you literally said you don't know how you would say the list is because whatever a list means. It's a client list. It's people who fuck kids on an island.
Hold on, that's not what I said. First of all, I didn't say that. I mean, I already said that they probably all are cahoots. First of all, secondly, I'm not a one-issue voter. There's a lot of issues that I voted for.
We understand that.
Sure, yeah, but whenever I'm sitting here going, yeah, there's all these real results being changed, right? Like when I'm looking at economic changes, big fan of that. I got mad at Trump about changing maybe his ag policy with the immigrants. I was mad about that one, right? I called him out on that. I said that's part of the major issue, right? That we're having, right? I've said these things I'm upset about with Trump, but overall, it's drastic improvement over what I would have had, right? And so when you're sitting here trying to say it's a principled vote, okay, I'm sorry, I gotta be honest. Maybe Lactoid got bamboozled by this list, but when it comes to foreign policy, he's done exactly what I wanted. Right? He's coming with a big stick. I need a big stick. Exactly, right? He's coming
foreign policy?
Yeah, big fan so far.
No. He just announced, okay, maybe you'll like this, but he just announced new arms shipments to Ukraine.
But he'll love that.
You want more wins for Lactoid.
Gibbs loves it though because
that's how that you can't argue with that. You can't argue.
If I go down a list of these things, hold on. If I go down a list of these things,
about that.
Sure, I know, but I'm responding to sociologic right here.
Yeah, that's why we should be going into this.
I just want to say, it's all shitty. It's all shitty, right? And I'm not sitting here going, it's good
about this, by the way.
Yeah, Rob has been trolling out left and right, and I think that it's unfair when y'all are like, oh, we're gonna go to MAGA and we're just going to stick them for this one thing. And what it seems like you're doing,
you guys are splitting on it.
Is you're hunting wins because you're so desperate to get one that we're going to do anything. Whether wait,
who's getting one here? We're all losing.
I just heard Lactoid imply the Illuminati is controlling, Trump over here, or these people.
I didn't say it's the Illuminati.
You say the deep state or whatever, bro. That's literally what you just did, bro. Come on.
Now you're a defector. Now you're a defector, Lactoid. You're no longer MAGA. You're no longer
He's never was
that's what Trump is.
What I meant by shadowy force.
Hold on, guys.
Is I think it was elements of the government.
Indignant people here,
or other governments.
You guys
perhaps.
all condoned elder abuse when you knew that Biden was absolutely out of his head.
Who condoned elder abuse? I wanted Biden out.
And you all voted for him. And
I didn't vote for Biden.
One of you, when we said Biden is incapable of performing his office, every
did.
single one of you guys said no, he's
talking to, bro. Who's the ghost that you're talking to?
Yeah,
Who are the ghosts that you're talking to?
I don't even hold on. I don't know if you were even here, part of this panel back then, right? I don't know if you were even part of the panel back then. Oh, okay, you're watching. So you didn't ask us anything, right? Great. On this panel, I specifically have gone through great pains to question Biden's sanity, right? So I don't know why you're trying to distract with that, right? That's so fucking. You interrupt the panel.
It's simply a rebuttal of the points that you're talking about.
It's not a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal of the point.
Not to anyone.
At all. How's that a
No
rebuttal
one
of
here. No one
anyone's
here
point?
is like.
Not at
Your
all.
point is
Not
that,
even a rebuttal.
that we
Okay.
voted for Trump, and
I'm sorry,
you think
Scott,
that we
hold on,
voted for
sorry.
Trump
I'm
knowing
trying
that
to-
all of this nonsense was going to go on, and that's not true.
I'm trying to move
No,
on.
that's my point. You thought something else was going to happen, and your guys are getting fucking bamboozled.
I'd like
Exactly what I
to.
wanted.
Here's the thing. I didn't
Everything's
vote for
lining up
Trump to
aces for
release the
kids.
Epstein list.
Oh my God!
didn't
You
care.
are
It was
not the
never a
only
big deal.
person who
I
voted. Your
don't care.
your
I
individual
care about-
vote is
I care
not
about
what the
that
fuck I'm
because
talking
of
about.
policy.
So
I
hold
care
on,
Your
about
listen,
individual
that.
vote is not
So
what
hold
I'm
on,
talking
so,
about.
hey,
What
hold
I'm
on,
talking about.
This is why I didn't. Sorry, to be clear, this is why I didn't ask. I tried to avoid this, right? Because what they're going to do is just going to personalize this and say, "Well, I didn't vote for this."
My
And so,
individual vote, I know.
I can skip the whole
Well,
conversation.
that's what you're supposed to
The
do.
only thing that matters, right? I narrowed it
Politicians
down
are politicians.
is whether like Trump lied, right? So it's not about a personal thing about like
was
hey,
base.
like your personal preferences. It's whether reality is reality here. That's all I was testing with them, right? With a grid, reality is not reality. Clearly, right?
No, that's what I was saying. I was
Gibbs-
saying that
Gibbs-
the individual vote isn't what matters. Is if the base feels like it's lied to, and the base is coming
but
in.
there's
with
some
the
kids
vote.
down the
all
river.
kinds of
We
things
got it.
about like
Right,
Kids
I
will sell the
need to-
kids down the
it's
river
fine.
for
We
the
can move past this, right? So I was gonna give them these two, Scott and Lactoid. You can respond, and then I want to move on to the disaster in Texas, and then we can get into start with the topic. Go ahead.
Sure.
Who first? Oh, okay.
I'll go first. Gibbs. When I didn't say Illuminati, just to be clear. I think that what I'm concerned about is there being government figures potentially
Shadows.
implicate. Yeah. No, not even necessarily shadow, like shadowy figures that we don't know who they are. There could be like members of Congress or members high up in different administrations that are implicated in some way or the other. That for whatever reason, Trump doesn't want to, or Pam doesn't want to kind of expose the identity of or implicate. It's also possible there's other governments, potential U.S. allies that are involved as well. That's concerning, right? There's a whole bunch of Prince Andrew was like, there's been allegations against him. That's the UK, very close U.S. ally. What other UK figures potentially are involved? That's concerning, right? There are concerns that I think when I'm talking about like shadowy figures, that's really what I'm concerned about. And when it comes to like, I think that it is a strength because for so long, especially during the campaign, a lot of people were making criticisms of people who voted for Trump, saying that I think Destiny referred to me one time as like a Zergling, right? People refer to like people who vote for Trump as like these mind-controlled zealots that will never criticize their own side.
That'd be a good analogy.
Never criticize their own side, right? But we're seeing like Ben Garrison just made a meme criticizing the administration over this Epstein shit. Ben Garrison, right? Basically, the only person who's like still on board is Benny Johnson, who I believe will go to the ends of the earth to justify anything this administration does, regardless. But almost everybody else is like, this is pretty shitty. What the fuck? And I think that demonstrates a level of principle on the right that the left has just been like completely underestimated and has been lying about this whole time. The fact that so many Trump voters are pissed about this because they do feel lied to, and they aren't just these like pro-Trump zealots. They do have principles. So in some ways, like pushing back on this is a demonstration that the left is wrong. And that needs to be emphasized. This isn't like an L to like shit on the administration for hiding this. It's a W. It's showing that we're not going to tolerate this no matter who does it. Like we voted, at least in part, because you promised this. And now here we are. And it seems like you've gone back on that promise. That's messed up. That's messed up. It just is. There's no way around it, in my opinion.
Before we go to Scott quickly, I just wanted to read a super chat from our friend Alexander Wynn, $10. But he's asking something I had already asked before, but I'll read it out. He says, "I wonder, do you think?" He didn't say who is you, but like, I wonder, do you think there is a verifiable list that's being kept from us, or they just lied about what they had? So yeah, we had already asked this. Alexander Wynn, thank you for the $10 for the kindness and supporting this channel as always. Well, Gibbs. Well, actually, I didn't actually. This is Gibbs. So I'll ask this quickly of Gibbs, right? We did ask this of Grid, and he says he's not sure if that was the case. Not sure. not answering yes or no. But Gibbs, do you believe there was a list previously?
I mean, I don't know I don't want to be. This is not a meme when I first say this. I promise.
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't know what y'all call it, a list, like a list.
The
I'm
client
sure there
list.
are. Hold on. Yeah, right. I like a client list. Like, are we saying like just his phone numbers, or do you have a piece of paper written down? I'm sure there was some document somewhere that we could call a list of clients. I'm sure that exists.
You don't know what constitutes a list?
No. What I'm saying is like if you got if I wanted to get my client list, I haven't managed accounts. Like I don't have like a document, like one document that's got all my list on. I would have like 3 or 4 different Excel sheets. I'd have like 2 different phones. Like you wouldn't have just like one centralized location.
But you would. But a list exists.
But like you can
even
find
if it's not
something.
just a
collection of names.
Yeah, you can
somewhere.
find. I'm sure there's something somewhere with a collection of names.
Sure.
I mean, that's just asinine.
So let me narrow this down just a little bit more, right? And don't worry, we'll move on to our friend Scott. But Gibbs specifically, right? When Pam Bondi said she had records, right? And that they were going through these records and they're going to release these records. And she said she had on her desk. Do you believe her then, or do you believe her now when she says there is no list?
I don't believe Pam Bondi as far as I could throw all our weight combined together, like at all. I don't believe any government official when they tell me anything.
This is a binary thing, but this is a binary thing, right? Either the list exists or it doesn't. That's why I'm testing here. So, like, do you think she was lying in the first statement that she had the records, or the second statement where the records don't exist?
I'll tell you this. I'm sure she was lying. I don't know which one's the correct statement. I just don't have enough information.
Okay. I'll leave it there then.
But okay. I don't believe she's trustworthy. If you're asking me that,
okay. All right, fair enough.
Well, should she get fired then if she was lying? Gibbs?
I mean, if she, yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll go with this. If she was lying about either situation, I think that's probably a fireable offense. If she said, "Hey, I have the list," and there's no list, then that's a fireable thing. And if because then that implies a lot of bad things. And if there was no list, and then suddenly you came up with a list, that's bad. I mean, they're both bad. Like I don't think,
Sure. If she lied, then she should be fired.
Right.
Fair enough.
So I just had a quick look. I mean, don't take this, but Pam Bondi did not say that she had the list. She said that we deserve the truth. There's no direct quote from her saying that she had. I can't find a direct quote from her saying I have the list. Not that search engines are infallible, but however, in this 2020 arguments. In the impeachment trial argument, she presented chart of connections and timelines, suggesting a detailed record, which has some been interpreted as a list. Now, I don't know that. That actually comes from the impeachment trial, and just really quickly what Google will find for me. I'm not a very good Googler, no, I don't know that she lied. I'm just telling you, I don't know. I think that she's
let me read something to you.
Do I believe that she's being deceitful and not telling us the whole truth? Yes, but I believe that of 90% of government workers.
Great. I have to read something real quick. Okay. During a February 21st interview with Fox News, host John Roberts asked whether DOJ would release a, quote, list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? Roberts asked. Bondi responded, it's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing
saying that. I do remember saying that now.
Yeah, I remember her saying that it's sitting on my desk, but I didn't imply that was a list of names, I guess.
What else would it be?
Client list? What else besides names?
Hey,
a list of
find
their
the cape.
colors?
Find the cape you need to put on.
I just Grid, let me build
the Superman doesn't have a strong cape as you.
Hold on, just for funsies, Grid. Let me try this with you, Grid. You own businesses, right? Like you
own businesses, right? You have lists in different places. There's different types of lists.
Well, hear me
one's
out,
on Excel, one's on Word, one's a contact list on my phone. I mean, I don't fucking know.
Hold on, Ollie. I get what you're doing here, Ollie, but I guess the point I'm making is like
what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything.
Let me just finish here. I think you're gonna be glad I finished, right? Like this is why I said this earlier. Like I know that we're like laughing about it. What is a list? What is the definition of a list is? No, I don't think that Grid, if you own mobile business, you probably don't have one central location. However, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sure that though, if the government came in, they could come up with a client list based off the information that you have stored somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably
kind of what I'm at.
List of people we build, but that's it's
Yeah.
not like we have a list of people that we send postcards out to.
Hey, Grid, you understand that it doesn't matter if the list says at the top clients on it, right? Like that doesn't actually matter.
I understand
right?
that. That's why I'm saying you guys are really quick to jump to a bunch of conclusions around what someone says
she was asked,
in an interview.
do you have a clients list that you release? And then she said it's on my desk.
Politicians, man. This is the most hilarious thing I've ever said. If I were doing this to anybody
this
on the
cape
left,
is the most hilarious thing. I need you guys to wear Superman costumes the next time you come into the like.
I'm gonna save this shit.
Bulletproof.
You guys wait.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
you guys
I feel like I'm being pretty
Nothing's going to
consistent on this one.
happen.
Nothing's going to happen.
It is pretty well established
What
that
do you
I'm
want us
willing to
to
tell some
wait
people
for?
down the river to get things changed in my way. I don't know why y'all are surprised that I would have that position. Like,
No. We're talking about Grid right now, any which way. But like, let's move past
just to be
this.
clear.
I mean, this is the MAGA cult. This is what it looks like. This is
No,
what
it's
it looks
not.
like.
Look,
in case
it is, bro. Yeah, it is, bro. You drank the Kool-Aid.
What's a list?
He said document.
What are clients? What
Can you
could it
define a
actually
list?
be? I don't know. I
define a
can't
list for me.
fathom. Who knows what it could be? Who knows what a client list might refer to?
Did you even look at them?
Sorry, what? What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Did you remember the redacted documents that they did release?
Yeah, I did look at them.
Was it a list of names?
Within the documents that I saw, that it wasn't a list of
manifest list, right?
Right.
It was a flight manifest list and some other documents. Correct?
Okay. Yeah. So, what's the point then?
Flight manifest would tell you who was on the flights if you looked into the records.
Wait, if you again,
that there's a person, a name, and how much you build them or whatever.
What did I say before? Yeah.
Right?
What did I say before? It doesn't matter if it says client at the top, right? There's all kinds of ways, like Gibbs was saying. There's all kinds of ways that you could go into a business and establish who does business with them.
We're actually not being specific. You're being specific.
Great. Is there? Yeah. Whether one thing it's been stated that Jeffrey Epstein had a little black book, right? That's what people said. Yeah, specifically the phrase little black book, right?
Sure.
So, but maybe that was.
All we gotta do is search Pam Bondi's desk.
Yeah. Right. Maybe that wasn't.
He doesn't believe they have it.
Maybe that wasn't literal, but whatever, right? But even just like Gibbs previously said, if you go into your business, if we go into your business right now, and even if there's not a list that says clients at the top, right? We could very easily, in very short manner, figure out who is doing business with you, right? And that would be, what would that be if we manage that? Right, what would we call it if we generate that list after going through your records? What would we call that?
Well, you would call it some kind of list. I don't know, but they may not.
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Please just move on.
Which one?
Please.
I'm not gonna give this one away.
Yeah, I know, because you're
not gonna give it away.
Way dishonest, right? It's okay. This is what the MAGA cult looks like. It's okay.
I'm not gonna give it to you.
Yeah, I know, because that would be reality, and you're trying to stay far the fuck away from that because it makes your cult leader look bad. Established. Thank you, Scott. You can wrap it up for us.
Yeah. So, Grid, you asked, of these people that are indignant about this situation, did they call out elder abuse in the Biden administration? The answer is, at least for me, absolutely. I'm indignant about this list, and I was indignant about the fact that we had a bumbling artard for a president that clearly wasn't running the government. Unfortunately, we elected another likely bumbling artard that isn't in charge of the government, and I think the Epstein list is kind of showcasing that, either he is a horrible, corrupt monster that belongs under the jail, or, should be executed publicly, which I'm talking about Donald Trump, or he is a bumbling idiot that doesn't run the government, because there are more powerful people than Donald Trump that are running his administration. These are really the only two options at this point. And both of them should be extremely concerning. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Right. I said in 2020, at the end of his administration, where I was not an anarchist in 2020. I was probably an anarchist by about 2021, 2022. So I was still more like aligned with Lactoid. And I said there were 3 names, and these 3 names are the reasons why I will never vote for Donald Trump again. Number 1 was Edward Snowden. Number 2 was Julian Assange. Number 3 was Epstein. The fact that he left his first administration without pardoning those 2 individuals was an insult to the American public and promises that he made on the campaign trail in 2015. And then he reneged on those things. He's been a liar in his first presidency. I liked, towards the end after he got rid of John Bolton that he was less, but, listen, you don't need an Epstein client list to know that our government has influences from Israel and the UK and several other Five Eyes nations and the CIA. You can go, there are public records right now, and you can go to shit I've been talking about for years. vault.fbi.gov/the-finders. And you can go through pages and pages, and through those heavily redacted, oops, there was water damage, so we don't have the unredacted files on the fucking FBI's website right now. You can go through it and you can see that there was a group of children that were being trafficked, that Tennessee police caught them on their way down south, that they investigated it, that the FBI came in on behalf of the CIA and stepped in, and that the Tennessee police officers found in Virginia near Langley that they had tapes and instructions and cages for children, and that there was a cult that was run by the intelligence community where they were sex trafficking children so that they could use them to blackmail other individuals through other powerful individuals. This has been happening. The Finders is from the late 80s or the early 90s. This has been happening for fucking decades, and they obviously have control of the Trump presidency. The Trump can get some things done, but at the end of the day, your vote doesn't fucking matter. And Trump is just another swamp creature, and he's either incredibly incompetent or a liar. And the only way I can go back on this incredible incompetence is in this exact moment. He immediately gets rid of Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and has an extreme investigation. But he's not going to do that. What he's going to do is he's going to drum up some bullshit immigration thing, put a bunch of fucking, presumably, at least in my opinion, not in yours, innocent fucking people in jail along with some gang members, put some fucking memes up, and hope that it distracts people long enough to where they no longer care about the fact that our government is literally run by fucking powerful pedophiles, and that the concept of a democracy is meaningless. And anytime I hear a right winger, I'm not trying to fucking come at you specifically, right? No, Gibbs, cool. I'm coming at him too here. But anyway, when I hear a right winger be like, oh, this isn't really that big of a deal to me. This should be a bigger deal than literally any other issue, is that your entire government is an illusion, and that there are people whose names we don't fucking know that are running and calling our government, and that the people that are supposed to stop that are just going, oops, I guess oopsie, 11 months of emails deleted. Oops, I said there was video. I guess that was a lie, but who cares? I put Lupita in jail. Aren't you happy now? Like, fuck these monsters. Fuck these people. The founding fathers would have put bullets in their heads for way less. I'm not saying that you should do what the founding fathers did. I'm just saying that they would have, and you know it, and every right winger ought to know it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Scott, with a lot of what you said. The question is that I'm in the waiting. I want to know more. I want more information. I want more actual documentation and not rhetoric from the news.
Well, while you're waiting, go check out vault.fbi.gov /the-finders.
I've actually seen some
sickest shit you'll ever read, and it's heavily redacted.
In my backyard.
So let's
fair enough.
Really, it was East Tennessee, but
so we're gonna move past this, right? We'll wait. I'm sure Grid will update us one day when he decides that Trump's a liar, right? When he's seen enough evidence, I'm sure he'll get to us.
Or incompetent.
Or incompetent. We'll have to leave it there. I was going to talk about the Texas situation with the floods, but this took a lot longer than I thought it was. I was like, oh, we're just going to get a yes or no answer. We weren't going to get a yes or no answer, but that's okay. It's okay.
No, this is like, I've been quiet angry this whole time. Like, this is a big deal to me. and it should be a big deal to fucking everyone.
I agree with you.
I think it's going to end up
certainly agree with
overtaking
you.
the question of the panel.
Yeah,
Coming up.
let's go to we can go to our actual topic.
It's very closely tied to
Yeah.
it's close to the topic, you know. And
Here,
it's
I'm going to
worse.
give a bone. I'm going to give a bone to Grid. Kamala would not have released anything either.
No,
Oh no, I
Well,
agree.
Biden
I
did
agree
it.
there.
Biden
I agree.
had 4 years. He had 4 years released.
I agree. No, fuck them both. It shows.
So
it
did
shows
Trump.
they're both tied into them. Yeah, Trump
did.
also
Yeah,
had
Trump as well.
that so many years. Yeah. Yeah. It shows that both
we had like
parties,
3.5, but
both
fair.
parties are tied in with whatever powers are involved. Right. Probably Israel. And put that. This is probably a Mossad operation. There's plenty of connections to Mossad involved in this thing, but I guess we can't talk about that.
Definitely Israel.
Yeah,
we
Definitely
can.
Mossad.
It's just probably a lot more than Israel.
We don't know
That's
if it's
the
Israel,
real
guys.
truth.
Come on.
It's
This is
definite. It's
anti-Semitism.
1000% Israel, bro.
Epstein had connections in
anti-Semitism come
Mossad,
through.
but he also had connections to like all the powerful people. That's the fucking problem.
for lactoids professional health, right? Well, we have to say we can't be sure. We can't be sure it's Israel, and lactoid certainly is not sure, so he wouldn't say that. But for the rest of us,
Your boy is sure though.
yeah. Anyway, but we'll leave it alone. Let's just move on to the actual topic. But I will bring
Is
up.
sure, is that like an Israel term? I'm not familiar with
He's sure, you know.
Yiddish. Yeah.
He's sure. That's all you need to know.
I will bring up the Texas floods, probably next week or so, right? I got it written down, and I want to discuss it. I wasn't gonna make it a full topic because of, I have reasons not to make it a full topic, but we'll go from here. All right, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we do Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. You'll have an option to introduce yourselves later on if you want. But we're gonna just jump into the topic and go from there. And guys and gals, Admiral Gibbs, so thank you for the resub. We are in a new month, right? This is the first stream of the new month. Consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Help us out there in Twitch land. Twitch land has been pretty barren for a long time. So consider supporting us there. YouTube land, if you want to get a comment read, consider using a super chat. We do read super chats, right? Corey has been better at not blocking me and reading super chats, so they've been coming out a lot faster. I had to negotiate with him, right? So, sacrifice something.
See, I'm noticing a trend though, Prime.
DMs.
The higher the super chat, the quicker you are to read it. So maybe there's a correlation there. I'm building a corraccorrelation there. Just let the correlation build.
I don't know what that might be about. You'll have to buy me an article backing up your claim.
No, we have to run the experiment. We have to have increasingly higher donations and track the time.
We should try
I'm
that.
just saying, chat, run the experiment.
We should try that. Let's see.
Let's see how fast you use the $100 super chat.
I mean, if you just fucking look at your YouTube chat, it already does that. The super chats stay up longer, and the more money they are, they go to the front of the list.
That's not.
I guess somebody doesn't check it that often.
We should still run the experiment.
We should run the experiment. Okay. But thank you all. Anyone who supported. Oh, I got 2 super chats. Holy shit. Okay. Well, let's run the experiment. Okay. All right. So they came in at 9. I mean, this isn't right. You know what? I just looked at this. Literally just, how did it? Okay. All right. Anyway.
I think you're in a different dimension. Something's going on in your dimension.
It's before I. Okay. You know what? Okay. Moving past this. 9:37 p.m. Somehow. All right. It's 54 p.m. here. And I don't. Okay. When I ask if there is a list, I mean, is there some sort of document or agglomeration of documents what would conclusively, that would, I guess you meant to say, that would conclusively prove who was involved in child trafficking? I think we pretty much covered that in our response and our back and forth. But thank you, $10, Alexander Wynn. And then $20 that happened to come in later, 9:41. So that was 13 minutes ago. Just to be
Read it
super
faster than
clear,
the other one.
it is just just to be super clear. Epstein knew everyone. Most likely 99% of the world's billionaires are his clients or contacts. The question of whether they engaged in or knew the truth about his island is the list we all want. So, I mean, I agree that his contacts were wide, right? And I mean, hell, like he knew like the most prominent of the billionaires, right? Bill Gates, right? That happened. Let's never forget Bill Gates. Let's never forget Bill Clinton's not a billionaire, but he had a lot of fun. Yeah, he was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking is not a billionaire.
Stephen Hawking went to the island multiple times.
Holy shit! What the fuck did that look like? But anyway,
I mean, he's just there, like little teeny. Like, what is he doing on the island?
I'm not.
I guess he's just chilling. He's probably didn't go to the steps were an obstacle for him to go to the dungeon.
They're
Oh my god! I to be clear, I didn't make the noises that Scott did. I'll leave that part alone. That'll be all Scott. But yeah, pretty fucking messed up.
I'm a member of the disabled community, so I get to make fun of it.
You do that, friend. You do that. But absolutely, his contacts were like wide and far, right? And deep. So how many billionaires were involved? I don't know. But I think what our friend Scott is helping us realize is that I think we miss so much if we're just looking at billionaires. If we're just looking at that, then we're missing all the other well-connected individuals, in powerful places or influential individuals,
thousandaires
who are very familiar with Lolita Express. So I'll leave that. And both sides of the aisle, right? This is not a Republican, not a Democrat thing. A lot of people, good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. So
yeah, that's why the list isn't out. If it was only half of the aisle, the list would have been out in immediately when the other party got power.
You're exactly right, Scott. You're exactly right. But thank you, Alexander Wynn, for sending in those super chats.
Much like Israel, this is the thing the Dems and the Republicans seem to agree on: is we can't release this list.
Well, it's kind of funny how that works. But okay. So we'll get to the topic at hand, right? And that would. Okay, yes. Trump has recently started selling Victory 4547 perfume. That's the name. Victory 45-47 perfume. And cologne. This comes soon after a Trump branded phone. In fact, there has been a long conga line of Trump merchandise just these last few months, let alone over the course of the decade since he originally became president. But his second term has featured a marked uptick in the amount of items Trump has sold. Does any of this damage the dignity of the office of the presidency? Do we expect a certain level of decorum from our leaders? Or is the fact that a president is selling merch and innovation, could it be helpful to the image of the United States? Or does it not matter at all? So yeah, Trump selling more merch. There was also the Trump phone with the Trump phone plan attached to that, and there is the Trump sneakers, right? Well, and I maintain those were actually pretty fly. Those actually look pretty good, I thought. And I would definitely take a pair of those. I wouldn't pay for them. Fuck that. But I'd take one.
I just want to see Prime at the cookout with the Trump sneakers.
That's a good point. I'd have some explaining to do. But in any case, yeah. So and then of course the Trump meme coin, right? Also the Melania meme coin. Let's not forget those as well. Trump has been pushing a lot of stuff here. Does that matter, right? Like, should this be a welcome evolution of the presidency, right? Or do you think this cheapens it? Does this make him look like a local salesman from like some sort of secondhand store, right? Like, putting one of those commercials out on local TV, right? Like, come in and buy, like running a sale right now. Everything must go. Does this lower our standing? And I have a lot more questions about like how we should what lenses we should use to examine this later on, but we'll start with that. Let's go to our friend Lactoid, work our way around.
Hey everybody, my name's Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV. We do a bunch of cool content. We just got done prior to this panel debating law stuff, so that happens occasionally. When it comes to Trump, we just criticized Trump a little bit for the whole Epstein thing. And I think that this is something that I don't really care nearly as much about. I think the worst thing, though, you could say that he did was endorse that Trump coin and then like the Melania coin. And then apparently there was Barron coin, but that might just be a scam. I don't think that.
I think someone else might have done that and tried to.
Yeah, somebody else did that. Yeah. So I'm not going to attribute to them at all. Trump phone, Trump shoes, Trump cologne, all of it to me. And by the way, apparently this is run by his kids. It's not actually run by him. He's not the one profiting off of it. He's an older guy. I mean, it's not really like he has that much of a big financial interest in this stuff. I think the Trump coin is like concerning, just because I think that it was a little bit perhaps of like whether he intended it to be or not, a bit of a rug, which is concerning. The shoes and the phone and the fragrance is kind of funny to me in some respects. It's pretty corny. The shoes are a little bit fly, but it is still corny. I don't think that it's not something that like makes me infuriated. It's something that I hear about, and I just have to laugh because, like, really, a phone, right? People remember when people were making jokes about the Obama phone? Like, we have a Trump phone. And by the way, when the Trump phone first listed, it was bragging about how it was made in America. They took all that stuff down.
A bunch of other mistakes corrected in.
Yeah, it no longer states that it's made in America. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to buy memorabilia for the president, from the president, this is, I think, ultimately what this is. I don't think it's a major deal. It is corny, though. It doesn't look the best. But, I mean, what are you going to do?
Thanks so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
First and foremost, I would like to say that fuck the dignity of the presidency. Like, I could care less. None of them have been dignified except for maybe George Washington to a certain extent, and obviously by today's standards not, but like by those standards then maybe. I mean, like, from the very beginning, like Adams and Thomas Jefferson were, running op-eds calling the other people like, atheists that like, cheat and do all, and like, rape women and, all kinds of nonsense. There's never been any dignity in the office of the presidency. I will say, though, that, because we are a constitutional republic as opposed to a constitutional monarchy, it does come with a certain weakness, culturally speaking, which is, many constitutional monarchies are able to separate the kind of like the cultural leader, of their people versus the political leader of their people, right? You look at the UK and, the tabloids can look at the pomp of the royal family and the decrees, but they're essentially defanged in terms of power. I mean, obviously the UK king, the king has like some limited veto powers in the House of Lords, but like they don't really exercise them, mostly out of tradition. And so, that is something that kind of matters a little bit more to America, but like this guy signs ladies' tits and was a reality TV star and may or may not have walked in on fucking 16-year-olds in beauty pageants and, got in trouble for saying, he grabs girls by the pussy. And I said may have, in locker room talk, like the idea that like any one thing can be isolated. Like the dude is a sleazeball. I think everybody recognizes that, conservative or liberal. I will say, though, that this specific thing of like selling merch is probably the least egregious way of making money as a president. Like when we compare it to like Hunter Biden, who has no expertise working for Burisma and, using black and vetch contracts,
And his art.
to build, biolabs in Ukraine, or getting, millions of dollars in gifts for connections with the Chinese and like that shit to me is a lot. Or Kushner and his deals with Carney and Canada that nobody fucking talks about, or Kushner and his deals with, Saudi princes and things like those things to me are far more concerning than a guy uses his popularity to sell merch to people voluntarily and it's somehow wrong because he's the president. Like, it's just so far down. Like, I don't even see anything wrong with that. Like, it's one of like, I think the presidency, sucks. I think the fact that he's a president is wrong. but yeah, I don't give a fuck that he sells cologne or stupid shoes and like dumb fat people in Appalachia that like have like 2 stores within 150 miles of them go on to Amazon to order fucking golden sneakers and be like, I got my Trump shoes. Like, I just don't care. Like, fucking have at it, man.
Our friend Corey.
Well, to, I guess, Scott's point in terms of like dignity, I think, more or less, from my perspective, like whatever, how much dignity is actually left in the office of the President of the United States, where, like also to sort of Lactoid's point, I see it also as essentially whatever, at the very least in poor taste or whatever, tasteless. But that, at least in my mind, also that's par for the course for Trump. Like, does anybody remember like Trump steaks, like the best steaks ever? Trump ice, the best water ever. Trump vodka, all of these are just like relics of the past.
He's a rapper, yeah.
And Trump University, obviously there was that whole fiasco there, and so like yes, it makes sense. Although I guess it's technically less connected with him, but like at the end of the day. Like, do I think this should be happening? No. Do I think it's good that a politician is actually doing that, or let's say it's connected to that? No. But unfortunately, like, I don't know that you can legislate against it, or I'll leave that to Lactoid's expertise because it's like I think, as he said, it's not directly connected with him. You could always find a loophole when you exert enough effort, and Trump is actually good at finding loopholes and pushing norms as far as possible. As in, like, yes. Laws are always going to be flawed. We, at the end of the day, we rely on overall norms and somewhat of an honor system. You're never just going to legislate behavior. And like, yeah, this is bad, but I don't know what you can do about it. I'll leave it there for now.
Ollie.
I think it's like morally bad or like weird that even if he was like directly connected to selling it. I guess not. I do think it's weird, but I think it's more weird from the people who purchase the merch, right? Like I remember when the Obama phones were crazy, but I was in Detroit. There was Obama gas stations, right? There were gas stations dedicated. It's strange. I don't think you're supposed to idolize the president in this way, right? The person's supposed to like they're a public servant. They're supposed to be, at least, and then like you voting for them. I don't feel like we should be celebritizing these people. Like, we should kind of just hold them to like certain standards and hold them to account for certain things. Go do your job. You're not meant to be a celebrity. Like, I don't like the fact that Trump is acting like a social media influencer, and like the White House Twitter page is posting like these random memes and like the weird Trump lo-fi. Like, I don't like that shit. It feels like we're getting more towards idiocracy. So I guess like I don't want it to happen. But my question goes more towards the people who like purchase the merch. Like, why are we idolizing this person, right? Like, if it, like, unless you believe they're actually like better than you, right? I don't understand like this diehard fanaticism towards like a president who is just once again an elected public servant.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, everybody, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I just want to briefly say one thing about Texas floods, since I know we're not talking about it. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a pretty in-depth coverage of it. I have like about 30 minutes or so. We might cut it down some. A video from like areas associated with it that I don't think a lot of people in the debates here are going to have, just because I have a lot of friends that live locally and I've dealt with this. And I have in my own background, I have worked in Haiti and several other countries in like AIDS work and building supply supplies and relief work after natural disasters, and as well as during Hurricane Harvey and living through several hurricanes here in Texas. During Harvey, I worked with FEMA, the Cajun Navy, and several mom and pop organizations kind of just to help out. So we're gonna get into it tomorrow and go pretty in depth tomorrow at 7:30. So if y'all are interested in what really happened with the Texas floods, and you want like some actual deep insight on it, then check it out tomorrow. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. As for this shit, yeah, I have all sorts of Trump merch. I love it. So I'm glad that Ali said why we are fetishizing it. It's all bad and all that good shit. Because here we go. We got all sorts of hats. Trump was right about everything. I got knockoff Trump shoes. We went to Houston this weekend, and I stopped in front of the Trump burger place. It was actually not bad. We got the Trump shirts. You know, really, I'm not MAGA. I just buy them because, bro, just seeing people on these panels react whenever they say something, they just put it on there. They lose all credibility as debater. I can just put a MAGA hat on and watch them just crumble into seething rage and not be able to make a point. And it's really funny that Ali has made this a thing, right? You said with this recently, where about, oh, well, what does it say about these people? I don't know that some people might be true blue believers, but I gotta say, just seeing the TDS like triggered immediately upon this is worth every penny I've ever spent on any piece of Trump gear. It's instant and it's so satisfying. So there's a lot of that. So I think it's based. Also, I think that America is the land of capitalism, and we should just embrace capitalism at all levels. So I'm pretty excited the government's getting into it. Maybe some of this money can go towards shit that's actually supposed to, or maybe when I actually supposed to, I mean the people that are doing it and making a shitload of money. That's who I'm talking about. Like at least they're making an honest product one way or another versus all these people living on the government dime. I'm a big fan of it. I think we need more of this.
Let's go to our friend LSP, who hasn't been on the channel for quite a long time, probably like 2 years or so. But the LSP, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, I think like the responses I'm hearing to this is like pretty telling. The conservative movement, MAGA, I should say, MAGA in this country, like moves in one and two directions. Either Trump does something and it's based because it triggers the libs. You know, I could just put on this hat and watch everybody crumble down and LOL, it's funny. Or I can't defend it, in which case I don't give a shit. It's not a big deal. It doesn't even matter. But it's never like a naked condemnation. So try to picture like the best presidents that this country's ever had, most dignified presidents. You think George Washington, you might think Abraham Lincoln, Jimmy Carter. Like, could you imagine them selling merches? Jimmy Carter sold his peanut farm because he didn't want the appearance of a conflict of interest while he was president of the United States. We're supposed to hold people in the office of the president to a higher standard. You are not supposed to use the office of the president to enrich yourselves. That goes without saying. And it's hard to take conservatives seriously on pretty much anything because it's always a tell. Hypocrisy. When you look at how they react to Hillary Clinton giving speeches to like Merrill Lynch or Fidelity, or I don't remember which banks she was talking to. Or Hunter Biden working at Burisma, and it's like, wow, that's pay to play kind of. I'm sorry, play to get paid. Yeah, you know what I mean. Every word they say is just hollow and vapid. Like clearly they're holding two different standards. And it seems obvious to me that the office of the president isn't supposed to be used this way. It opens the door for massive amounts of corruption. It removes dignity from the office of the president of the United States. You know, this isn't McDonald's. This is the supposed to be the freest, most powerful country in the world. Although it's a little hard to recognize that these days. And more than that, like it basically makes it so that future presidents can use this office in ways that are undignified and potentially corrupt as well. And there is a way to fix this. I'm sorry, Corey, but there are ways to deal with this, right? Our country needs to reinstitute campaign finance laws. Our country needs to update the Hatch Act. We need to update legislation so that we stop people from using the offices in inappropriate ways. The meme coin, that was just plain inappropriate. And never mind the numerous bits of merch that Trump's been selling while in office. This presidency has shown he will accept jets from corrupt countries that fund terror groups, right? There are no standards anymore. The standards on the fucking floor. And I'd just like to get back to a simpler time where we had a Jimmy Carter who would sell his farm, who would divest himself and not in some show thing like Trump did in his first term with a bunch of empty boxes, but like actually like commit to working for the American people and not using the office as a way of getting your rich friends to support you in power and using it to enrich yourself. Like the purpose of government is to enrich us. It is to make our lives better. It is to make our lives wealthier. It's right. You were supposed to use the resources of the people collectively in ways that are responsible. The office of the presidency is not supposed to be Walmart. Anyway, that's what I got. Thank you.
You all really appreciate that. And finally, our friend Grid.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me again. I know I can be a little aggressive, so I appreciate it. Listen, so first of all, I have the greatest debate show, Bloodsport debate show, Friday nights, 7-minute rounds, 1v1, loser walks. You can win money doing it, and it's a good time. So come check it out, and we'll have a great time. It's called the Signal Syndicate, and it's easy for me. It's easy to find me. As far as Trump merch, I've never actually bought any Trump merch. I do, however, have this cool hat that I got from Ted Nugent, signed, of course, and that was awesome. And that's basically the only merch I've ever bought. However, there's a couple of things here that we just really got to look at. And first of all, Trump's been a brand since the 70s. The Trump Organization is a brand. The Trump Hotel is a fucking brand. He has been a brand. His name has been a brand longer than most of you people have been alive. And that's interesting that we have a problem with that. That that people, his kids, I guess. I don't think any of his uncles or anything or aunts or anybody else are involved in it. I think it's just his kids. His family makes money off of the fame and fortune that their father has accrued. I don't see a problem with that at all, actually. And I actually don't have a problem with any of it. Now the interesting thing is that LSP over here brought up Jimmy Carter as being an example of what a president should be. Well, that's interesting because Carter ran his peanut farm into the ground. He hated being a peanut farmer, and he sold it because he had to sell it. Also, Carter's brother sold Billy Beer out of the White House. Literally, the corporate address of Billy Beer was 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So, I don't know what to tell you here, guys, but it doesn't seem like Trump's that bad. Now, the meme coin, look, I got to be honest with you. All of these celebrities get fucked on these meme coins. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They all get jacked around by people who promise them the moon and then do a rug pull or whatever. I actually don't. I would never do that. And unfortunately, Trump lent his name to it. And but I mean, I have a Trump tie. I guess that's the most merch I've had. Ivanka's had a brand since the late 90s, I think, maybe the early 2000s, where she sold high-end fashion. I don't know if it still exists. But this is not unusual, and I don't think it cheapens the presidency. And I think that really, I just don't see where the cheapness, the idea of cheapening it comes from. Andrew Jackson shot a man on the White House lawn. Doesn't get much more presidential than that. And then maybe that's what we should really bring back. Amen. That's how presidents should solve the Pam Bondi and Kash Patel just straight up duel on the White House, on the Rose Lawn. Let's make it happen, Captain. I like history. Let's get back to it. Let's get into this argument.
Hey, open up.
I have a couple questions. LSP. I guess I'm guessing you probably don't like put me in the same box as like a typical conservative in terms of like the defending of Trump. Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. Like your condemnation of we were like people on this panel, and I'm like,
I meant MAGA,
I don't care because yeah, and that's fair. I'm trying to. You made a comparison in your opening between Hillary Clinton and pay to play speeches to Merrill Lynch and other banking industry. I'm assuming you're also probably talking about the bill. Oh God, what is their foundation?
The Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, I don't know why. My brain kept wanting to say Bill and Melinda Gates. I don't know.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Like I'm assuming there whether or not that corruption can be proved, etc. But like you see how like these are not analogous, right? Like how giving speeches to powerful people and getting large sums of money with the kind of wink wink nudge nudge, whether it can be proven or not, right? Like let's say it's true that they are influenced by that money even passively, in terms of their power and their position and their ability to connect with other elites and etc. You can see how that's different than selling merch to like people that are dumb and want to buy fucking a bunch of Trump hats, right? Like these are clearly different things. Like why did you compare those things as if they're the same thing?
So I'll grant you that in some ways they're disanalogous, and in some ways they are analogous. Ways they're disanalogous is that Hillary Clinton was never president, and neither was Hunter Biden. But ways they are analogous is that a lot of people showed mistrust towards Hunter Biden and Hillary Clinton because they saw them as being beholden to moneyed interests rather than the interests of the American people with the offices they were seeking. Well, except for Hunter Biden, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
But if they're that fear that they're going to be, more devoted to a certain bottom line rather than the interests of the American people, seem to be borne out doubly in hypocritical ways with the Trump administration. We got like MAGA Republicans only a few years ago booing at the idea that they would ever cut Medicaid or Medicare at the State of the Union right before they'd pass a massive tax cut for the wealthy and cut Medicaid for something like 10 million Americans. It seems
that doesn't have anything to do with the question though. Right. My question is, I said, how are they analogous and how are they disanalogous? And then you went with a cheap shot of like, oh, they're not president, right? Which is obviously like, that's not relevant.
Trump himself doesn't own
people in
these
positions
either.
of power, right? Like
they're disanalogous because they were never president, and they're analogous because they're both represent moneyed interests.
Okay, but the idea is that Trump would be too beholden to his voter base versus Hillary Clinton would be too beholden to the wealthy elite, corporate elite, and the bankers. Like, how is that the same fucking thing? Like, that's insane.
The issue is that Trump is beholden to moneyed interests. So, for example, his biggest donor being Elon Musk, could donate something like 270 million, gets to head a federal agency that he has absolutely no qualifications for, and basically
that's completely irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant. No, Admiral Gibbs. I'm doing the questioning here. 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 We'll get to you. I'm doing the questioning here. Fuck off. Stop. Admiral Gibbs, stop being a patsy. Stop being a patsy that helps the left. Whether you're doing it on purpose or not, stop.
I am asking the question.
Stop. Admiral Gibbs, stop. Admiral Gibbs, I'm doing a line of questioning, and you're interrupting to stop it from being an effective line of questioning.
It's 30 minutes of questions.
You are doing nothing but helping the left right now.
Okay, I'm asking the question.
You are.
Listen, here's the question.
You are again. So I'm in a line of questioning. Stop it. Stop it, Admiral Gibbs.
Hey guys,
Admiral Gibbs, please.
Elon Musk and Trump are
I'm going to finish my line of questioning.
What? How does that logic pan out?
I'm going to finish my line of questioning, Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs.
Hey.
Admiral Gibbs.
Listen, you asked 30 questions already, bro. Like I'm asking.
I didn't ask 30 questions. I asked 2 questions, which was the same question repeated, and I didn't get the question answered. So again, you are doing nothing but helping the left.
You bitched at Corey and Prime when you came in that nobody cared about. I don't care what your question is. I'm asking mine, and then you go back to yours. Cool.
Right. You're being a fucking patsy right now, and that's why Prime's not moderating you. Because you're making the right look bad.
No, I'm not making it look bad.
Because why stop your enemy when they're hurting themselves? You're making the right look bad right now. You're making MAGA and conservatives and right-wing people look stupid and look crazy.
It's not always going to be the Fabian show. We just ask a quick question, and I want him to answer.
It's not the Fabian show. I have no problem being quiet. I'm going to finish my line of questioning.
How does this show he's beholden to him when he's not out? What's the logic?
Hey, everyone, shut up! Oh my God! Now we're having all fun, but
Wait,
now
I have a question. Prime, I have a question.
So do I.
Okay, sorry.
And now we're all, people making accusations about Prime now.
Right? It was funny for me at first, and that's why I wanted to let it play out because it was hilarious. But
it's just like
now,
funny how
as
some
a
people can ask
consequence-
45 minutes of question. I ask one, and suddenly, I'm a patsy.
I know
Listen,
that-
you know what's a
I-
patsy?
I-
Hold on, you know what's a patsy?
I don't think
Spending
you're a
45
patsy.
minutes talking about boring. I know you don't. You know what's being a patsy? Spending about
I'm not
45
saying you're
minutes
bought and
on
sold
boring.
one. I'm saying that's how you're asking.
I know you are, but what
That's how
I'm
you're
saying
acting.
right now is I'm asking a direct question to a comment he made really quickly, and you're sitting here spurging out, wanting to go like 30 minutes down.
I'm
like,
not spurging out.
Nobody
You're
wants to know
literally
about that.
spurging.
Nobody wants to know about that. Well, we want direct questions.
You might be the
quickly.
You know, you must have dated all of my ex-girlfriends before me, because it's somehow
might
every
have.
woman I find
suppose.
their ex-boyfriend was a narcissist. But you seem to
I
be
am a
such a
narcissist.
fucking pro at gaslighting right now by
very
claiming
good at that
I'm the
too.
one spurging out. It
You
must
are
have been
spurging.
you.
I mean,
I
you
was
literally
looking
wouldn't let me
for
ask
them.
it too.
I was looking for these magical
Even though
gaslighting narcissists.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Shush.
I give you some.
Shush.
I give you-
Okay, hold on, hold on,
Shush.
Did you just
Sorry,
reverse
shush.
burn yourself
I
by saying
will-
that Gibbs
okay,
fucked all
okay.
your exes?
Yeah, I don't care. It's funny.
Okay.
You think I only dated virgins?
It's listen, and I think I'm okay with being good at gaslighting.
Okay.
It's fine.
Guys.
Your Lebanese was showing at the time.
Guys, let's move on. Okay,
Mhm.
please. So, we should let Scott ask his one last question and then move on, because we do have to move on. We got a limited amount of time here, right?
Yeah.
We'll
So I'll-
wrap it
I
up.
would-
Then we'll go to Gibbs afterwards. Gibbs
I'll
will be
reframe-
next, okay?
I'll reframe the question that you threw a bunch of jabs in and tried to run away from twice because you're a fucking coward, LSP. So if you would like to have some intellectual honesty, I'll reframe it for the third time and maybe you can get it. How is
I answered your question
that-
directly, motherfucker. But okay, go ahead and reframe it. Go for it.
So you answered it by saying, by adding
Ask your
in
question.
new elements.
Ask your
Yeah,
question.
LSP,
Ask your
I-
question.
I know you got bodied, and I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So let me go ahead and do that. All right. So
What, all 4 inches of you? Come on, ask.
Sure, brother. That's absolutely. I'm little baby dick over here.
I stun
is gonna
locked
hold
you.
your
Will you
feet to
just
the
ask your
fire.
question?
Big
Jesus.
penis,
So-
actually. My penis is huge.
So
Mine's like 10 inches wide, 2 inches long. Cheese.
Any year now, Scott.
Please.
yeah, I'm
Scott, go
sure.
ahead.
So again, when I asked you about how it's how it is disanalogous, how it is analogous, because I'm making the claim that it's disanalogous. You then shifted the conversation away from the question over to Elon Musk and to other things. Now, I was very clear in my opening statement that situations like Jared Kushner and his connections with Carney and his connections with, doing work on behalf of the president, but not in an official capacity in the Middle East are good examples of that corruption. But specifically, how is it that you can compare, as if they are two like things, the moneyed interests of bankers and the elite being beholden to people such as Hillary Clinton versus selling shoes to the American public? Please be honest for once and answer this question actually,
Well,
as opposed to
LSP
dodging.
He's going to answer however he's going to do it, and then after that, we have to go to our friend Gibbs and then Corey.
Yeah, third time's the charm. I'm hoping the third time he'll answer the question.
Yeah, I hope the third time you listen, because I feel like I've answered this the same way already, but I'll do it again. It shows that he's beholden to moneyed interests. It doesn't really matter where the money's coming from. His priorities are getting money. His priority is not in service to the American people through the office he occupies. The priority of his office is to enrich himself. Does that answer your question for the third time?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to go to Gibbs.
So you brought up money interest, and I then you use the example of Elon Musk, right? And he comes in and he's appointed after however many millions he donated. And I don't want to do the whole conspiracy thing. Or I'll let Grant or somebody else do this, where they talk about all the money spent by the Democratic Party on Kamala. But he spent an X amount of money. He gets a cabinet position, right? In something most people, I know Prime won't agree with this, but what many people would say is an area of expertise, which would be efficiency and trying to clean up the waste. Now that's arguable. I know Prime is going to disagree with that. And then after their interest didn't lie, Trump kicked them out. Wouldn't this be an example of the opposite? What you're saying, this guy paid a bunch of money and then lost his cabinet position because he wasn't going to follow through with the principles of the administration? Doesn't that disprove everything you're saying with that example alone?
No, I don't think so. I think he used the office to the extent he wanted to with the money he got. So I mean, he got Elon Musk there to carry out the initiatives through Doge that he wanted to carry it out. After Elon Musk stopped supporting Trump, there's not really much incentive for Trump to support Elon Musk the other way, especially if Elon Musk is going to try to sink Trump's legislative agenda. It doesn't really matter
Well, so
what the
then
moneyed
you
interests
admit
are
that-
at that point. It's a matter of what.
So it doesn't matter.
Wait. What is that legislative agenda, Gibbs?
Well, hey,
Tax
listen,
cuts for?
you're openly admitted the minute that.
Hang on, Gibbs, please answer my question.
Well, hold on. I am answering your question. I'm asking you just to clarify. You're right there admitting that the minute, which was my point at the beginning here, that once their interests didn't align, Trump, it doesn't matter how much money he keeps spending, even if it's on other candidates, his American version, he still cut ties with them. That's what you're admitting, right?
Donald Trump's only interests are not moneyed interests. I'm not making that claim. Gibbs, what was that piece of legislation that Elon Musk didn't support? Where did the majority of those tax savings go?
I don't know. You tell me. Where
to the wealthy, to moneyed interests. Thank you.
I see. Okay. So that doesn't have to do with
anything. Why are you saying Gibbs? Did they or did they not?
Well, because
Gibbs, even
if that's true, even if that's true,
outlined the MAGA playbook earlier.
Hold on.
Yeah, seriously.
Hold on. He's talking about two things out of the two sides of his mouth right here. He goes, "Oh, well, Elon, moneyed interest, wanted these things. Oh, but then this big beautiful bill comes along and is giving money to other people. Elon's still saying no." Like, I don't want this, yada, yada. And guess what? He didn't keep his cabinet position. So it looks like the moneyed interest that got him elected, according to y'all, Twitter, buying Twitter and him doing all this stuff, still wasn't enough that keep him in power. So it looks like he's not beholden. It looks like he's not beholden to any money interest in, because he goes against his donors all the time. What's your argument to that?
Yeah, okay. Whatever. I mean, I'll just repeat the same thing. You don't have a response to what I said the first time.
You don't have a response to that.
Okay. Did you want my answer or not?
Fabian's right. You just did not answer the question.
Okay. Sure, whatever.
I'll respond to it. I think the bill itself is chock full of gifts to his donors, right? To Amazon, to Meta, to literally everyone who had stood behind him during the inauguration, right? Elon's problems, one of his issues, he's got lots of issues. Elon's problem is the removal of or non-inclusion of the
Doge cuts,
the tax breaks
that they weren't.
Not the Doge cuts specifically. Talking about the Tesla cuts, right? Like the EV.
Oh, the EV.
Cuts,
yes.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
He did.
Hold on, I have to debunk that. He has been openly against since like 2018 against the EV subsidies in any capacity.
Seems to be true.
He has been actively saying for years and years, I do not want EV subsidies. They fuck up the market. They are a reason that my competitors will be able to gain free money from bad products. And I think he's been against EV subsidies openly over and over and over again, long before he ever campaigned for Trump.
Except
Trump was the one that made that claim.
Except I have issues with that.
No, that was a lie smeared by Trump and the super Trump MAGA people. It's just not true.
I have some objections there, but I'm going to leave it alone. I won't.
And you're also making a different point than what LSP was making.
The point is though, he did get. My understanding is SpaceX and Blue Origin got some sort of cuts, some sort of tax incentive or whatever through the bill. So we did get something out of it. And then just being rich, he got lots out of it.
Pretty much, yeah. It's 1,100 pages of pork. Everybody with a few extra zeros in their bank account got something out of it.
So, but
that's a different that's a different point than what LSP is making. It's totally different. That's why.
Wait, what was my point, Gibbs?
But your point here is you're trying to say one money interest is equal to all these money interests, and my point is that whenever
I've never said anything like that.
Yeah, basically you have. I'm summarizing because your point was terrible. So the point that's actually matters here is
you're just straw manning, but okay.
Gibbs is the king.
I'm just stating facts. You're over here making round circular arguments.
Yeah, I'm sure his sandcastle is very grand.
You literally argued Jimmy Carter in with a straight face in the beginning of this. I don't want to be a dick, but I couldn't take you seriously.
Well,
and then I tried giving you.
Believe me, Gibbs, it hurts me that you don't take me seriously.
I know.
Please, Gibbs, whatever you do, take me seriously.
I'm just saying, when I was trying to give you the benefit of that with Fabian, but then you couldn't answer a direct question. You went, well, but over here, this is different than here. It just.
I did. I answered that direct question like 3 times.
What was trying to say is that he's the point of Trump is being in office is to make money. It's a money making profit center. And that
don't church it up for him, Prime. He couldn't answer it 3 times. I'm trying to help him.
Watching him answer was like watching a retard trying to
I'm repeating what he was saying in slightly different words, but only slightly different words. And that it doesn't matter where the money comes from. So yes, like Elon was a donor, but he had a whole bunch of other donors to answer for, right? And he has delivered for them. He's delivered for Miriam Adelson, right? Who gave him, I believe, $250 or $150 million. I forget how much was it. An absurd amount of money. And he delivered in terms of Israel, right, in the genocide. He's delivered for Meta. He's delivered for Google.
So it does matter where the money comes from all of a sudden, right?
No, I don't understand why I'm looking.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. That it doesn't matter where the money comes from if you're there to get rich. It's a problem, and then begin talking about how it matters where the money comes from because that money buys influence. That's what made the original analogy disanalogous. That's the problem, right? Because we want to talk about just being rich in general. Jimmy Carter died with a net worth of $10 million, and he got a fuck ton of USAID money to the Carter Foundation or the Carter.
Hold on, sorry.
Carter Center.
So I don't know about the analogy. Sorry, I see your hand.
Maybe this is a point. This is a point that maybe can explain what Scott is arguing, perhaps, because what the argument is like, okay, so like Trump is selling phones, and Trump is selling hats, and Trump is selling fragrances, and he's selling that to his base, and so the criticism is he's using the presidency to get rich, but the question is, what's the mechanism? Is the mechanism that the people love him so much that they're buying his products? Does that mechanism have the same kind of concerns or pitfalls as these like shadowy donors dumped a fuck ton of money into his pocket?
Yes.
And now secretly control him, as opposed to he has a bunch of fans that bought his fan club shit.
No, hold on. But these are two different. Sorry.
Exactly. Yes, they're two different things. Yes,
and maybe I'm making
that's the point.
So I'm going to respond to that, and maybe I'm making a mistake and not a misunderstanding. So help me out here, right? So it sounds like there's different things. So I agree with LSP. I don't know about the analogy thing, right? I didn't follow that part. So so put that aside, right? But I agree with LSP that Trump is there to make money. Period, to make money.
Period.
Yeah.
That's a different thing. But obviously,
he's there to save the country.
I disagree, but that's fine.
Exclamation point, he's there to make money, right? So there's that. But
he could have made a lot more money other ways, but fair enough. That's your opinion. I can't say that your belief is wrong.
Yeah, sure.
In this regard. You believe that. That's fine.
Sure. Okay. So he's there to make money. He is beholden to a series of interest who gave him money. Not too beholden to them because he's out of office after this. So I'm not sure if he needs their money afterwards, right? They're not going to keep enriching him. So I'm not sure how.
Now that's the secret. The shady shit more often than not happens after the presidency.
Well, we will see. We'll see. But anyway, right? But in any case, right? There's a certain people who gave him a fuck ton of money. The BBB, right, was a deliverance for that amount, for a whole list of individuals who assist him in organizations. Okay, great.
But it just doesn't have anything to do with him selling cologne or shoes.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, sure, fair. But and now I will agree with you. That's a separate thing, but that ties in to the other claim that he's there to make money. Period. Right. So this is simply a second path to make money. Now he's not beholden to these individuals, right? Like maybe if your objection to me is saying that, well, it matters where the money is coming from because he has different reactions depending on where the money is coming from. Well, yeah, I guess I agree, right? He's getting small amounts of money from a lot of different people, right? By selling his shit. And then he's getting a lot of money from a small amount of people, right? Through campaigning and other methods. And then
I'll olive branch you here, right? Like you and LSP, right? Like I agree that you can have a legitimate. I don't think it's legitimate because I'm an anarchist. I don't give a fuck about the presidency, but I understand internal critique from your position that someone is there selling merch to make money is like in part a distraction or even a potential bias from making the decisions that the president needs to make, right? My original contention was comparing that to Hillary Clinton giving $2 million speeches to Merrill Lynch and him selling sneakers is the same thing, when clearly they're not the same thing, because where that money is coming from and what that money buys is inferred to be very different. Now,
I see.
you could say that that she was not influenced by that, and like they just really fucking love her speeches at Merrill Lynch, and like they get a big draw of excitement because these people are so fucking white bread that just seeing Hillary Clinton just brings tears to their eyes and makes them go make more money for Merrill Lynch because they get back in the cubicle and fucking in the trenches. But nobody fucking believes that.
So let's go to Corey, a lactoid, Grid, and then Ali.
Yeah, a couple things. I want to point something out and then consult Lactoid's legal expertise and mine. One thing I want to point out is, okay, so a little bit, I guess, meta. So let's say in true Grid fashion or typical Grid fashion, I think he's either misinformed or lying. Where I'm going to take issue with the claim of the Billy Beer. Does anybody remember his claim of 9 million illegals in New York and how off he was on that? Not to mention his claim of the swimming pools of feces that were running through New York as well, where he was wildly off on that. He couldn't back it up, and he was off by a factor of many-fold. And I think it's, as far as I can tell, unless he wants to provide me a source, I think the claim of Jimmy Carter's brother selling Billy Beer or the corporate headquarters being the White House is blatantly false. But I'm willing to be fact-check on that. So just another, let's say, either a lie or misinformation from Grid. Now, Lactoid. I think it was brought up by LSP that potentially that this could be legislated against. Let's say the Hatch Act or campaign finance reform. In your opinion, or by your estimation, is there any sort of like realistic or any sort of passable legislation that you can conceive of that would prevent this?
I don't know, and I'm not, again, I don't know if this is the kind of situation that I would have that much concern about, because
I understand that perspective. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. I mean, you could always figure out some kind of legislation, but part of the problem is like,
wouldn't you need proof that he
most
was like
of this is
directing
owned
his
by
children in that?
That's the problem. Most of this is not even owned by him; it's owned by his kids. When you look at Trump's net worth over time, he was actually going down pretty significantly following his run from 2016. So, like 2016, he won the presidency. He going into 2017, his net worth just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, and really it only starts to spike up again once Trump Media, which owns True Social, goes public, because a lot of people invested in that.
Well, Lactor, can I ask a question? Like, it's kind of on Corey's question. I want to compound this.
Okay.
So to make it like more relevant, can we just use the meme coin example? The president selling a speculative asset that people buy, where he then offers them a dinner with the president of the United States to boost its value. Like, is that something that should be legislated against or be outlawed? Like, it seems to represent a conflict of interest and clear pay to play.
I said from the beginning, I think the meme coin is the most egregious example that you could probably find. I think everything else is not super concerning to me. The meme coin specifically is concerning to me just because it is it's a speculative asset that is sold as an investment, really. And it was marketed towards a large group of unsophisticated investors, which feels like very scummy, I think. In terms of criminalizing it, I mean, again, you could come up with some kind of law to say presidents can't do that, but again, like when I see Bernie Sanders, for example, like show up on screen and he says, "I am asking you once more, please donate this," and he brags about how he's getting all these donations from like the people.
Bernie Sanders was never president.
Well, I understand, but he ran for president. When I look at Donald Trump and he's like, again, marketing his fan club shit to all of his fans, he is selling himself to the people. And yeah, like in some cases, the money's going directly to his kids, through, I guess not directly, but to the foundation run by his kids. When it comes to True Social, if they're investing in Trump Media, he owns significant parts of that. So obviously he's profiting from that as well. But the question is like, do we just think that profiting? Here's the question: is profiting?
Wait, before you get to that question, can I just get the answer to mine? Like, should it be illegal? You're president. Somebody gives you a bill that says we're going to outlaw future presidents from having meme coins and offering private dinners. Do you sign that law?
Definitely not offering private dinners. I mean,
okay, so it should be illegal.
To the people. I mean, what's wrong with that?
The people who
should it be illegal or not illegal for the president to sell a meme coin or not?
I think it's scummy. I don't see a way to make it illegal without infringing upon a whole bunch of shit.
No, that's not what he asked. Should it be? Not whether.
Well, I just said I don't see a way to like make it illegal.
No, but that's different.
That's part of my question as well.
That's different.
In terms of
so like,
should
it's not.
If you could wave a magic wand and make it.
No, I would not criminalize it.
Okay.
I think it's corny. The reason why I would not criminalize it is because I don't think you can do that without infringing upon a whole bunch of things that I think that individuals get to do. Like if you want to, as long as there's transparency, right? My issue is like when people have I don't know, like the stock market, for example, when they are buying stocks that are directly influencing their policy decisions. The question here is Trump's policy decisions, is any of them being influenced by his meme coins, by his shoes, by his fucking anything? Can you point to me any policy decisions that he has that have been influenced by his fan merchandise?
It would be no, actually, I could, right? The SEC, right? Like lowering enforcement of like crypto of crypto crimes through the
crypto wasn't enforced before. Did that actually happen?
It was under Biden.
No, crypto was enforced heavily under Biden.
Yeah,
like, there was like if you owned crypto, like a cryptocurrency specifically, like you're probably getting debanked. Under the Biden administration, they
gutted the enforcement.
They did everything they could to attack anybody engaged in crypto because it's a threat to the U.S. dollar.
Specifically, Trump when Trump went to the crypto community. I think like literally to a conference previously, like during his campaign, if I'm remembering correctly, and like gave a speech to the crypto community. And then during his inauguration, part of the they had the different inauguration events. He had a crypto ball there, right? I think that's where Snoop Dogg performed. So he had the crypto ball, and then he gives a crypto coin, right?
It's such a fucking meme.
It's amazing.
Yeah, man.
And then
it's a good argument.
He gives a crypto. He puts out a crypto coin, and he says like, through this coin, if you invest, right, the top investors, I'll have a private dinner with you. You'll have access to me, right? He actually gypped them. It was pretty funny. But like that was the offer there. It seems like a lot. It seems like there's, and then he gives what those he gives what the crypto investors want.
It also looks like market manipulation, by the by.
Yeah, like.
All right, I think you convinced me. Maybe we should pass a law banning cryptocurrency purchases by presidents.
Okay.
Prime guys, you have also convinced me with that. I was just like the absurdity of that.
That's kind of bad. Yeah,
fair enough.
Republicans were literally pissed off at Hillary Clinton because people were using the Clinton Foundation donations and presumably were being able to go have meetings with her when she was working as the oh god, what was her cabinet position? Department of
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State. I don't know why I kept wanting to say DOD. Yeah, like so. I mean, like if you were against that, this is that, but blatant and obvious, as opposed to potentially secretive. I mean, it's the exact same thing.
Fair enough. Let's hold
on. Was the Trump coin, just to be clear, has it been like proven? It's been a rug pull. Is that like official at this point?
Well, rug pull would be
when you offload
would be a different thing.
Yeah.
So right, but like it's significantly tied up in his legislation.
I don't think
idea for it, right? Currently,
well, I think the problem with the rug pull is that the rug pull would be whether or not the crypto coin is a scam.
Right.
It's separate from him wanting to deregulate crypto whilst investing in and getting people to invest in crypto. And then the third issue would be the presumption of selling access to the president for sale.
Sure, I get all that. What I'm asking though, right? Because he's been talking about moving this to crypto, moving some crypto assets in the U.S.
Yeah, he says I'm going to be the first crypto president. He's going to have a crypto reserve.
This, right? Okay, now, all right. Now I get some of those arguments. Just to do a counter argument, if you are going to have a billionaire president, like we do, right? Or alleged billionaire, right? We'll have him in there, and he goes, "Hey, I want the U.S."
The Marxists are so mad right now. A
Just
fucking
hold it.
billionaire president.
Yeah, just
You gotta hurry up because we got other people.
Sure,
wanting
no,
to
I'm
listen.
waiting here. I just all right. If he's gonna sit here and he's going to, hey, I want a new coin for us to invest in as a country. Why don't I put up the money to start this? And put this out here, and that be the coin, potentially one of the coins that's adopted under our legislative push into crypto. Yeah, I can see why y'all's argue it would be, oh, maybe that he benefits. Also, if it fails, guess who also gets fucked? He does. So it's like a risk reward. Wouldn't you want somebody like, hey, this guy's magnanimously putting his money up to better America and put forth a coin that we can invest with and have the scrutiny on it because he knows he's going to do it. There's going to be the scrutiny. It's going to be the most checked meme coin in the world. I don't know. I
This
feel
is
like
that
y'all
Patsy shit I'm talking about.
Like I
Is that
said,
Patsy
it's
shit I'm
either
talking about?
I don't
I'm not saying you do it on
care or
purpose,
it's
but you're making
hilarious
the
because it triggers the
conservatives look
libs.
so
No,
bad.
I
Only
think
two
it's just-
directions,
it's funny
man.
Because because every time y'all do this, y'all say I'm patsying, right? Or you say I'm
We
bullshit.
just me and Scott just conceded in like 5 minutes when a good example was brought up.
Hold on, y'all do this every time, and y'all say whatever, and then suddenly I get proven right, like repeatedly. Just like I said last week, and I got yelled at by people called insane by saying, "Oh, the sleeper cells." I brought that up, and guess what? Now, just today, suddenly they're on the lookout for more of these because they put a bulletin out, and it's like
by
and
sleeper
like
cells,
y'all
it means Iranians trying
these
to
sleeper
cross
cells.
the border,
Right,
and now those Iranians are now sleeper cell agents who have
They could be,
presented
but
themselves.
the point that I'm making is I have repeatedly nailed.
I lived through 9/11. I could obviously know that the media was going to start reporting about sleeper cells.
I
lived through that.
I repeatedly hit these
things that
the Trump
It's just a
administration.
pattern.
No. It's like y'all said this. Y'all acted like I was crazy, and then I say it, and then the administration. It's like I speak it into existence. Like literally a week later, they're saying exactly what I'm saying, and you're like, "Oh, how does she keep doing it?" And then because what happens is I say something like I'm saying now, and
Admiral Gibbs is right.
crazy.
He is tapped into the lunacy of MAGA.
I
appreciate
know, I
you for
understand.
being here.
Gibbs, I'm sorry. You jumped in front of the line, and then I thought you were going to do a quick question, but now you're going on a whole rant. Other people were waiting.
Oh,
right?
I get jumped all the time in my lines. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Okay, we'll continue. Corey. Sorry, not Corey. Ali. And then, yes, Grid. I already said your name previously.
Grid was before me.
Was it? Okay,
so he can go off. Let him go.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I was being very patient. Just first of all, I really got what Scott was going after. I think that's an important point because while we're sitting here talking about Donald Trump enriching himself, he's the only president. He's the only politician that's gone into office and come out worth less than when he went in. He lost $1.1 billion in net worth. I don't know about you guys. That seems like a hit. Seems like maybe, you might feel a certain way about that. I don't know. I'm not Donald Trump, but
I could use 1.1 billion right now.
It went back up again, though, Grid.
I'm sure he earned money, but
he also left during the pandemic, right? When
at the end of the
the market went. Yeah. Okay, whatever. That's fine. But yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Grid. I interrupted you. Do you want to say something else?
Magnanimous. That's what Grid wants to say.
He
magnanimously gave it up.
Right. Well, I mean, he
got you.
He didn't go into office to make money. Now, at this point, maybe he's just like, fuck it, I don't care. Or maybe it's just the reality is what is happening, and that is his kids who run the marketing part of the business have said, hey, we're going to put these products out there. We did Ivanka shoes 10 years ago. Let's do Trump cologne this year, right? Why not? Well, that's what marketing that's what companies do when they develop products and put them out there. The meme coin again. I just keep going back to if I were a celebrity and somebody came to me and they said, "Hey, I want to do a meme coin and you're gonna make some money." I'd be like, "No way." First of all, I don't know enough about it, and second, like literally, how many celebs now have put out meme coins that have turned out to be rug pulls?
A lot.
Well, I think most of crypto has been rug pulls.
Yeah,
but what they're talking
Trump
about
one hasn't been a rug pull yet.
Right, so
Grid. What they're talking about is
but that's what a meme coin is. Like, it's not stable coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but Grid. What the point that they brought up was like
example, right? Haktua's.
Yeah, that's an obvious rug.
Yeah.
What the example they brought up that convinced me though was like when you have the president who like deregulates crypto while substantially investing himself in it,
Sounds like good
don't we
business.
like want to try to avoid this behavior? Like
No.
for example, we certainly wouldn't want a president like dumping all their money into like weapons like manufacturing and then immediately starting a war, right? Like that'd be kind of fucked.
Says you.
I mean,
I would want that. That seems like good business. I don't like. Listen, like I just when you say
before you do
I'm not
that,
I'm not a patsy. I just want a Republican to be a war profiteer.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just like, okay, this is a misrepresentation.
Literally, that's kind of what you're saying. That's kind of what you're saying. Yes.
I mean, in one regard, yes, but on the other hand, like, no, okay, like what I'm saying is, like, if you're gonna have someone develop legislature for something, you probably want them to have a personal interest in it. Like that would be something.
No, absolutely. You want the opposite.
No, I don't. I'm sick of that bullshit. That's where we keep getting where we're fucked. We have all these people going bird's eye view and going, you know what's best for these two sides that care about this issue? And then nobody's happy and we get fucked all the way around. I got a better idea. How about we let the two sides that care about an issue actually make the fucking issue, the legislation for the issue? If we want crypto to be deregulated,
because then the legislation is going to be dictated by their personal interests. Right?
Well,
That's
maybe get good scrub and get the votes if you don't like it. But it sounds like they got the votes and they're interested in this, and this is somebody that wants to push us forward into this because it is the future, whether we like it or not. Maybe I don't know why you always.
What if he's
Admiral Gibbs heard the term "cru bono" and was like, "That's the good guy."
I'm just saying, y'all over here.
So yeah. So hold on, Trump, like his competitor, right? Your competitor, Gibbs, right? In the ranching business, right?
Sure.
Cogs Growth's ranchers, right? He gives to Trump, right? Gives a lot to Trump. He's like, I want to get rid of the other ranchers, specifically this fucker next door to me, named Gibbs, right? And now Trump is invested in the ranching business, right? And he decides I'm going to pass laws to fuck over Gibbs. Is that a good thing? Did your business deserve to get fucked over?
If I'm not smart enough to invest more than old fucking Bob Saget, then yeah, I guess.
I have an example that you will not bite the bullet. Okay, hold on real quick. You will not bite this bullet.
Also, let him try.
Let's say Trump put all of his money into big illegal, like he would specifically targeted industries that he benefited from having illegals there, and then he did a 180. Well, hold on. Let's say like hotels, for example. And then he did a 180 on immigration policy.
For example, I don't know where you got hotels from.
And then let's say he did a 180 on immigration policy specifically for hotels. So would you say?
Actually, I have an answer for that. I have an answer for that. On one of previous panels where that was brought up, what did I say? I said, let me find out how to get to one of these private dinners, and I will get enough people here in my corner that we will get enough money to send me or somebody else to represent us at one of these private dinners. It's fair game if we all know the rules, but y'all over here like, hey, we'd rather have the shady shit go down.
It's not fair game because we don't all have the ability to buy access to the president.
Well, maybe make some more money then.
It's just transparently not fair game.
Broke, LSP.
Don't be a broke bitch. That's simple.
Let me read these super chats quickly.
Wait, Gibbs, you don't see an issue with that? You don't see an issue with people being able to buy access to the president of the United States?
Does not.
I actually see more of an issue with people that can't afford
that. It's a skill issue if you can't, LSP.
It's a skill issue. Yeah.
It is.
So let me just
work
read
harder,
these two super
get smarter,
chats. Let me do these two super chats, right? So we have our five. Oh my god. We have our $5 super chat, which was
only $5, so
it
not expected to know quickly.
It was like 27 minutes ago. And it says Hunter versus Trump Jr., who is making more money during the presidency. If we look away from Trump and blame Biden, you hypocrite, all while active office. So he's calling. I'm not sure exactly he was saying. This was a half hour ago. So I'm not sure he was calling a hypocrite at the time.
Probably me, but
the Dems.
Like, no, there's a significant difference, right? And because and the reason there's a significant difference is, again, it goes all the way back to what I was saying earlier, which is obviously what the question is likely referencing. Is it matters where the money is coming from, and it matters how the money influences you, and it matters what actions you take because of the money, right? Like listen, Trump profiting off of a meme coin is corrupt for sure if he's selling access. But Trump deregulating crypto, I'm always going to agree with deregulation, obviously, right? So I'm going to have less of an issue with that. But Hunter Biden working, at Burisma and getting, 80 G's a month so that he can sell access and connections and sell the ability of having, an enforcement mechanism of the United States protecting a corrupt corporation and broker deals for level 4 biolabs and getting money from, under the table from Chinese and gifts that they can sell is a wildly different thing than selling tennis shoes. And so it's like, it's not just that you're benefiting. Like, it is good if a person benefits from making sales or purchases, regardless.
You can say the full sentence. You can.
What
say
if he deregulates tennis shoes right after he buys, like, he gets into tennis shoes, though, Scott?
I mean, like I understand that from y'all's position, the statist position, that bothers you, that that's occurring, and I will admit even some level of being bothered if the regulation is, the deregulation is specific in such a way, because it sounds
what if he raises
more like
taxes on non-Trump tennis shoes the day after he launches Trump tennis shoes?
Again, these are wildly different things, right? Because one is an aggressive act, and one isn't an aggressive act.
I'm going to buy a bunch of Trump stock.
Yeah, right. like so. I mean, like,
I should totally buy some Trump stock.
There is,
he's in the
you have to take it. You have to take it by a case basis, and recognize that, like, certain actions are certain forms of deregulation or policy is going to be regulatory capture. And it's the way that corporations make money, right? It's that they lobby politicians oftentimes to get regulations, not to get rid of regulations. They love regulations.
Sorry,
That's why all the billionaires love left-wing politicians, is because the left helps the billionaire class.
I got to hurry up.
By making regulations a benefit.
I got to keep moving. Alexander Wynn. No worries, fine. Okay. I got to assert myself. He says he lost, being Trump. Trump lost 1.1 billion after the real estate market was destroyed by quarantine and WFH. I don't know what that is. WFH?
Yeah, we already went through all that.
What's WFH? I don't know.
I think work from home, I believe.
Work from home. Thank you.
That makes sense.
real estate market
And
didn't
can't
fall
imagine why he hates work from home so much now. Does Trump hate work from home specifically? I haven't heard him.
No,
he's made a couple of comments about it, because he hates work from home from government employees.
Yeah, I think he's mandated return to office.
Yeah, but
they don't do
that's
shit.
Also not very accurate, because most of the real estate fallout actually happened in 23, not in 2020.
In 20, you mean 20 when he left?
In 2020, people were paying $40,000 over asking, typically.
He went, but he leaves.
Yeah,
he leaves in 2021. He leaves in 2021. Yeah.
So it wasn't until 2022, 2023, when the interest rates went sky high, that the real estate market started a retraction.
I'm not exactly sure, but I hear what you're trying to say. We got two more. All right. Now, Alexander Wynn, does to Gibbs, $10. Thank you, Alexander. Says, sounds like Biden should have taken the calls from Burisma to make sure his son can get paid real good. Do you agree with that? If you're okay with this, with what Trump is doing today, right? Should Biden have taken the calls from Burisma?
This is I think the big difference between what I'm saying here and I think what people think maybe I'm saying is all of this is on a sliding scale, right? Is one bad, is the other bad? Yeah. When I'm here, this sure, if Biden had been doing this out in the open and everybody knew that Hunter Biden was in cahoots and we all knew that this is what was going down before they voted him in and nobody denied it and they didn't hide anything, then sure, I would actually probably be okay with it. I would much rather the devil I know than the devil I don't. But instead they hide this shit, right? And now if Trump and them, and I've been looking into this since we talked about it a couple weeks ago, just in case, is if there is a way to go buy a public dinner with Trump, and I think there is, guess what? It's on you to go and get all those people money together and go and talk to these people. If you want something done in this country, you know what you do? So, you get off your ass and you do it yourself.
Sure. No,
I'd rather we all. My point is, I'd rather we have it all out in the open.
Okay,
because it's going to happen regardless.
So
I
want to be very clear.
Or no ability.
So then I want to be very clear. So you're saying that the Burisma deal was okay. That's fine. As long I mean, no, wait a second. That, or at least it would have been fine as long as the public knew that Biden was open for sale. That, hey, this is a path. If you enrich his son, right? If you are rich enough, if you are well connected enough to put money in his son's pocket, right? Well, then you can get a call from the president. That you. As long as
it's open, but as long as everybody can get a chance to do it, it can't be just Marines.
Okay, so like, that was your issue the entire time. That it wasn't.
I want everybody need to be able to get a shot at being able to buy it.
Oh, I don't particularly remember you saying this previously, but okay.
I've said that many times.
Okay, I'll have to leave it
you
there.
need to put more sarcasm on your statements, Prime. I wasn't buying.
What's crazy? But, he can say that. You can say I'm being sarcastic, but like that's consistent with what I've always said.
That's not what I said.
Well, no, it's absolutely consistent with everything. I know he's being sarcastic, but like, hold on, Brian, when had that been inconsistent with anything I've ever put forward? Like what I just said now.
I think you're. Oh my god! That's gonna be a distraction. But we can do that. One last thing, right? Tessico Johnson gives 5 Canadian
great
fun
name.
bucks.
Great name.
5 Canadian fun bucks. It says, please ask Lackwood if he thinks only rich white male landowners should be allowed to vote as the founders intended. That's the question. Lackwood, you answer that.
This is a meme from the prior debate, just so you guys are aware.
Right. Can I?
No,
let me answer it quickly.
I think rich people of any race should be able to vote.
Okay, good.
Be rich.
Gibbs, let me ask you a question. Would you rather Trump's kids sell merch using the company, Mark brand, his, the Trump brand, or would you rather them have people like, I don't know, say corporations, fixers, brokers, that kind of thing, donate to charities that they run and wash the money through various
Let's load the question real quick.
Well, I'm asking Gibbs that because I think Gibbs has an answer to this. I think I understand the answer.
This is a very predictable answer to
the
subject.
But he's been shocking me tonight. He's
just tonight.
Obviously, I would prefer, if we're gonna sell, if they made Biden Co. and Biden's son wanted to sell dark branded hats and T-shirts, I'd perfectly be okay with that, and that would be better than if we're gonna have this dark money like disappear over here and come over here and slide a hand and the charity washes it. Yeah, I don't like that at all because but like I don't know why that would be a surprising answer. Sure, nobody likes that.
No, that is considered. Well, you've pinballed on me a little bit tonight. I just wanted to check. I want to check calibration.
I just want everybody to have fair, safe seat. We'll make the rules. Everybody be able to play.
It's the difference between voluntary transactions of people and funneling fucking taxes and dark money to enrich politicians. There's a reason that all of these fucking politicians have insane net worth, and yet most of them don't have any real fucking businesses. What do? They fucking funnel, they create charity organizations and funnel your taxes to these supposed philanthropic means through like 10 different fucking NGOs until it eventually gets to them. Or they fucking engage in the stock market and they outcompete the most brilliant minds in Wall Street that
Nancy
are grabbing every fucking Asian with an IQ of 150 from MIT.
No. She is that brilliant, right? Well, you've seen her track record.
Nancy doesn't trade. Paul does.
Paul Pelosi. Let's go to autopilot. Ali. Yeah.
Take back what I said in my opening. I think the merch is insidious, and I think it's immoral. I don't believe that his kids or his family members are just licensing his name and then using it, and he's not making $1 off of any of this. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I believe he's making all the money, and he just has his kids as like the business heads or whatever. Like, whatever.
It's the same thing as the peanut farm the LSP brought up, right? Like the peanut farm was sold to a blind trust, right?
Sure.
So he wasn't managing it. So the question isn't whether or not Trump is profiting off of it. He is. The question is whether or not he's managing.
I got a great law.
That wasn't my point. I think like, because I'm watching Gibbs and I'm watching Grid, and I feel like this is the most parasocial relationship between the voters and the president I've ever seen. Because when we were talking about the Obama phones and the Obama gas, like when I brought up the Obama gas stations, it wasn't anyone from his administration or his family that opened up. It was people who decided to open up like a gas station and name it an Obama gas station. That wasn't like him doing it.
That's not what the Obama phone was.
I don't,
the term Obama phone came from
was like a free
conservatives. They were critiquing the Obama administration because they were using taxes to give people cell phones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like we have these like named things by like the people, right? Versus like the administration or anyway being tied like to these merch items being sold. So like outside of the president being done with his presidency and selling a book, I do think it's weird that through this merch, you can gain access to the president. I feel like that builds a weird parasocial relationship there.
How do you gain
to the point where I'm not gonna lie, this kind of comes with like a blind defense of the guy.
Well, Ollie, do you have a problem with like
it comes with a blind defense to the point where like where a real question was asked, where he like talked about a third term, and that was a whole tizzy. But when you ask the people that voted for him, hey, would you be okay with a third term? Everyone did kind of defend it. And so, like, I do think it's weird. I do think it's bad that the president is selling merch, that he's building a parasocial relationship with because Lactoid called them his fans, not even his constituents, not even his voters. These are his fans. We shouldn't have presidents that have fans like this. Okay, I think it's a mass manipulation play, and I think you guys need to seek therapy. The parasocial relationship between
there's
insane.
There's one thing that you kind of missed up, Ollie, which is like, and it's like we'll go into it later, or you can look it up later, right? But when you're talking about like, oh, this person got a New York Times bestseller. One of the things you need to understand is that's a way that people funnel money. That's a form of money laundering.
I'm saying outside of like a book, I feel like the other merch is weird. Like I feel like it makes sense.
But what I'm saying is like when you see presidents and politicians sell books, very, very often those books are just in warehouses that nobody buys, and yet they get massive profits.
I can believe
that they can get on it's a form of money laundering and moving money around. Right?
But I'm just throwing that out there. I think I'm a little bit more okay with that.
But that's the more insidious. Like, where is that money coming from? Though,
Ollie, serious question.
Yeah.
How much access to Trump does
but the rest of it is right.
T-shirt buy you, or however much the shoes cost? $100 pair of shoes.
I don't think you. I don't think you.
You just said that. I know what I heard from you.
I don't think you believe that like you buying $100 shirt is doing, but I do think a lot of the people who purchase the merch consider that as like an added vote, right? Like Trump is going to see that his base is buying all this shit, and then this is the shit we want supported. So they're kind of like when Gibbs was telling me that Trump would support the Arabs. Kind of like how Gibbs was telling me that like maybe the people in Dearborn think that Trump is going to help the Arabs if they see that they voted for him. Maybe there's more benefit. So like I do think if Trump sees that his base is supporting him and the fact that they're purchasing all that merch, I could see that swaying. Like if he puts out the cologne and no one buys it, he's not going to believe his base supports him anymore.
Wouldn't that just be his base supporting him? Like, why would that be problematic from a democratic perspective?
I think it's because I think the base feels like this is getting them connection to it, right? Whether it be small or little, they're showing their support in a weird way, but it feels like they have a weird connection to it. And I'm talking it's wrong from a parasocial thing. I think there's something insidious going on there.
Okay, so your argument is like psychologically there's something like kind of like almost like a power dynamic weird thing going on here.
Yeah,
that's kind of fair.
But hold on, this gives them more pull in some regards.
I disagree,
right?
but
well, hold on. So, like, check this out. Do you remember the 2016? Like, what was it? The Langford, or I don't remember. Whatever the first Trump bill was for the immigration stuff, and it even had more than the last one that was proposed. And the base comes out and they go, no, we will not let you put DACA in here. And part of that was because, he's got this rabid parasocial base that you're talking about, and they actually pulled him away from including DACA. He took it to Schumer, and Schumer said, we're going to die on the hill, and then, the bill didn't come right. Then it comes back the next time, Schumer and them didn't even bring DACA up in the next bill, right? So what this tells me when you're talking about this, Ali, is that this is actually giving the public another avenue for reaching their president. If they're able to like buy a bunch of merch and Trump sees that, oh, they're buying my merch, that means it's like another popularity poll. oh, I'm selling X amount of merch. That's equivalent to what I was getting. You know,
But
when
that's
I
not
was
how the
running.
president should.
Hold
presidency should work.
on. You say that. However, at the same time, say he does something that they don't like. Now they don't spend the money. You see a direct decline in sales.
Mhm.
Now, what you're arguing is that's not how it should work. Well, I'm arguing that the shit's not been working for a while. At least this
That's
is
fine.
giving the public another way to speak directly to the president, and that way
Okay.
may be with their wallet. Why is
So-
that necessarily a bad thing?
Okay, so like this may
It's
sound
more
dumb, but like let's
democratic.
just say because Trump's been on his meme kick lately. He has his own fucking social media, which is kind of insane on its own. But let's just say like the president decided to like do a live stream 3 times a week.
Is anybody on?
And then
Truth Social?
was getting super chats, and like that's how people. You think that's like that's how the presidency should run? That like you should have access by paying for like a super chat to talk to the president?
Sure. You
I
think
mean, he
that
keeps
it was
saying
fair?
yes.
Hold on.
He keeps, I don't know why you
Well,
keep asking him. He
hold
keeps
on,
saying yes.
just-
Yeah, I know, but like
hold on, here's my brother real
I
quick.
want to test how
Do you
far
think
he's willing to go.
do you think it was fine? Do you think it was fine that FDR did fireside chats and had exclusive access to the radio back in the day when he was running for office? No, he exclusively had the ability to be on the radio via fireside chats, talking to the public during a crisis period. And whenever people tried to run against him, they didn't have that ability. Do you think it was fair for him to do that? Nobody seems to complain about that. But you have a problem when Trump is doing something independently of his office. That's going in there. As opposed to openly
People complain about that. If you go to college, people complain about that all the time. They call it the incumbency advantage. And then
That's
good
totally different
government, quote unquote, under the Nixon administration, after the Nixon administration, did things
That's
like
not the
get rid of
incumbency
free mail, etc. Well, no, that is the incumbency advantage.
I mean,
is that
sure,
you have
but
the
it's not
power
the
of the
same. It's not what
presidency
we're
to
talking about
communicate.
now.
But no, that's exactly.
I'm just saying people talk about that all the time. Like,
Yeah,
like if you take like any
They were
basic
literally
level
using the emergency broadcast
class
system
in
to take over and
college,
talk
like
just so he could talk every
yeah,
day.
that's the incumbency advantage.
Yeah,
free mail is the incumbency advantage. Name recognition is the incumbency advantage. The ability to directly help your constituents with their problems, so like they feel like they've been helped by their
And this is the modern non-government version of doing that. This is much better, is what I'm arguing, than them doing that.
Yeah, I mean it's fair. I'm just saying people do bitch about that. Like it's a common thing people talk about in politics.
Okay, so I won. Okay, let me there's a super chat. I gotta read. Someone really wants me to read it, so I'm gonna read this. And there's also something I want to talk to Lactwood about before our time is up. But to Gibbs, right, from Alexander Wynn, $20. Thank you for the kindness. So if the president openly offers presidential pardons for $10,000 a pop, that's actually kind of cheap. We'll talk about it in a second. $10,000 a pop. Murderers, cartel leaders, war criminals, who he's pardoning. You're good with that, right? As long as it's public and anyone who can crowdfund it gets one. You're good with that. Like cartel leaders, they pay $10,000.
I would say that there would have to be a few restrictions, but like as a whole,
Carmelo Anthony is innocent.
Yeah, I would say maybe we don't let people convicted of like rape or murder buy in. You know, maybe a few other different crimes, but
just property theft, you can buy your way out.
Yeah, maybe property theft. You know, maybe some other ones, tax fraud.
I can buy a pardon for property theft.
I think it'd be pretty base to be able to buy a pardon for tax fraud.
$10,000 pardon for tax fraud would be insane.
Yeah, the children.
I kind of like that.
You unironically should be able to buy a pardon for property crimes, and it should be.
Thank you.
And it should be for the damages that you did. The idea that you can, the idea that you know what I mean, like if you have the money to pay back the damage you did, and you do that, then yeah, you should be pardoned.
So,
maybe give a little.
What the fuck should be going in jail for?
Actually, so in actual real life, right? Thank you for the question.
But that would be sane.
So thank you for the question there. But in actual real life, Trump has literally pardoned people who just put money in his pockets, who've just like bought through his coin, right? Or not. There's Trump coin, and then there's another coin, I believe, if I remember correctly. There's
the Millennium.
No, there's Millennia. No, but I think there's a something. Well, there's another path to give Trump money. It may not be a coin, but it's something like that. But anyway, that people have invested into Trump have gotten pardons, direct pardons. We're talking about like the individuals in crypto, right? Who either had investigations pending or who had been convicted. They had been pardoned, and I can give you examples later on. But like that is that. Exactly. I have a whole list of this. I have to pull up, but there's exactly this is happening right now. But I guess it's not a problem, right? I guess we move on. Crime is legal at this point in time. But I can pull up this list, but you gotta give me a second. Lactoid. While I work on that. So you talked about how Trump isn't selling it. Donald Trump isn't selling all this, right? It's his children who are selling all these things, and they're being enriched, right? But in terms of corruption, right? That's how that always works. That's how it always works. For most individuals, they're smart enough not to directly take a bag of money, correct? Right? When
But his kid's been doing this for 30 years.
not sorry, but this we're talking about using Trump's position in the office, right? How would they name the frigates? Trump 45, 47. They're directly trading on Trump's position in the office. It's very clear, right? But anyway, so you go to some bumfuck low income country, right? You go to the dictator there, and you want to do business, right? Scott wants to do business, and I'm the leader of the bumfuck country, right? Scott comes to me and yeah, I'd really like to do business here. Is there anything I can do for you? And I say to Scott, no, oh my God, how would you? Are you implying that I would take a bribe? No, there's nothing you can do for me, Scott. Ugh, disgusting. Now, on a completely separate note, my son has a farm that's been failing. He can't get the equipment that he needs, right? Boy, oh boy, I wish he could turn that around. Welp.
And I would say, can
over.
you guarantee the safety of a few white South Africans for me real quick?
Yes.
Because I've got some.
I get what you're saying, Prime. But again, the alternative to this would be, let's say his kids are capitalizing on the fact their dad is the president. How would you stop them from doing that?
Why would you stop them from doing that?
Legislation.
That's another question.
I bought
How
a
and
tie.
why?
I have a Trump tie from from 2000. I love that tie. It's an awesome tie.
Yeah, hon. But it's not that a person can't do business, period, right? People can't do business that they shouldn't do business that enriches them while in office, giving them a path for corruption, right? So
I put some stuff in the back chat about that. You should check that out.
I'll have to take a look in a second. So there shouldn't be a path for the fucking Saudis to put money in the pockets of his children, right? China, remember China?
Didn't he give the plane to somebody else, a different organization?
Oh yeah, the plane.
The plane's not a big issue. I don't
disagree, right? So the Qatari plane, right? It doesn't go to Trump. Trump doesn't actually. He's never going to own the plane. No. First, we give it to the Department of Defense, right? The Department of Defense operates that plane, right? They're going to retrofit the plane for him, right? They're going to retrofit the entire plane, upgrade it, and then it'll go straight to the Trump library. The Trump library controls, but not.
That's
but
what
not
happened to Reagan's plane.
But not Trump. It's not Trump. Trump doesn't get the plane, right? Trump gets to ride around the plane. Trump gets to use the plane the entire time, right? But Trump, no way, right? The foreign government. I don't know the deal with Reagan's plane. I don't. You'll have to elucidate me on that history.
Plane. Yeah, he had a plane that was put into the library after he was
gifted by a foreign government.
I don't think it was gifted.
No, not gifted by. Okay, great. So,
but again, I don't think that I don't. If it's given to the DoD, I don't see that as an issue.
Gift. So you don't think that it's
the issue is it shows he's bribable.
Yeah, he's bribable.
No,
come on. This is not.
It actually does.
Yeah.
Wait, here. Let me frame it this way: is under Trump's leadership, the United States able to accept anything from a foreign government? Is a government agency under the authority of Trump able to accept things from foreign governments?
Yes, they can accept things from foreign governments. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why?
When we're doing business with a government, for fair trade, right? If we trade something and we get something back.
Yeah. We have agencies that for the function specified by the agency, a function that was around well before Trump, They need XYZ to do XYZ process. In this case, he was overdue for a plane. The planes that he was going to get were delayed, and the Qataris were like, "Hey, we got a plane for you. We'll give it to the DoD, and you don't get to own it, and then it goes to your library after the fact."
But he does own it. But he doesn't. He doesn't.
But he doesn't own it.
But he doesn't own it.
That's nonsense.
Once he's out of office,
it's like this fig leaf. This fig leaf. Hold on.
No.
Does he get to use it? Hold on. Does he get to use it after when it gets donated to Trump library? Does he get to use it?
He does not. Nope.
He doesn't get to use it. Bullshit.
Nope.
Bullshit.
Nope.
Bullshit.
Reagan didn't use his plane after he went to the library.
Who cares if Reagan uses the plane? I'm asking, can Trump use the plane afterwards?
No, it's in the library. He can't go use the plane. It's
no, will it, Paul, will it be Air Force One? It never said no. It never. Whoa. No, that's different. You're sneaking something in. I know Reagan's plane is literally physically in the library. I'm aware of that, right? But will Trump's plane have to be physically within the library until like after he's dead, or can he use it like on loan from the library until he's done with it?
I don't believe that they can use an airplane that's outfitted by the Secret Service once they're out of office.
But okay, give me that rule. Show me that rule. I have no idea where you're getting that rule from. And anyway, the Secret Service and they're still protected by the Secret Service after they leave office. So it would actually work really well for him if he just got a plane that was outfitted. So
anyway, especially since Boeing couldn't get it.
Just real quick, not to like undermine anything you're saying, Prime, but just to add to it, I think the more salient point that's also being missed out on this is that this might be a violation of the Emoluments Clause. You're not supposed to accept gifts from foreign governments without the approval of Congress.
Agreed. So let me
that's just the Constitution, man.
I agree. Let's read these two super chats.
Not a gift to him.
Alexander Wynn, $20. This was only 5 minutes. Okay. Why draw the line at numbers and posts? Murders and rapists. Murders and rapists, Gibbs. What if he lets you pay within 24 hours $1 million to override the pardon and he won't sign it but keeps the money? Like a bidding war. I see. Interesting. Capitalism and free markets
you and the victim
in action
bidding against each other.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a good one, Gibbs. So yeah, you and there's the perpetrator, right?
For the record, that's not capitalism. just throwing that out there. That bullshit, Dave.
Fair enough. Capitalism, right? Sorry, not cap. Sorry, I apologize. The perpetrator, right? The rapist, right? His opening bid is 10 grand, right? And should then the victim have to put up like 15 grand, right, to up his bid, and then whoever wins at the end, right, then they'll decide whether the pardon stays or it doesn't. Would you be in favor of that, Gibbs?
I got one addendum to that I will add. It is that the person that's been convicted of the crime, they have to actually fight in the gladiator arena, a champion or the other, for all the money.
Trial by combat.
I mean, hold on. LSP, you're talking about being a meme. You're opening everything you've said like that's a meme. That's freaking hilarious, bro. Like, really.
All you've done is meme. I'm just pointing it out.
I mean, you're like, come on, man. Like, literally, that was a meme question. Oh, it's a meme. I don't want to pull a Fabian and be like, what did you add to this conversation other than entertainment value? I mean, that's all it is we're all laughing at you, not with you. I got you.
Sir Bobbles for $5 says Reagan's plane was used for multiple presidents before it sent to the library. It was decommissioned. So it was a decommissioned plane, and then it was being. But again, it wasn't like these aren't a one-on-one to analogies because we're talking about a plane that was gifted.
It will be a one-to-one analogy. If Trump uses it as president, it would be donated to his library that can maintain it, but he can't use it after he's president.
And he does use it.
737.
Right.
He also said he's not going to use it. So
he said, okay. Well, he said so. Well, there you go.
He's not poor. He
I don't know how he could.
An airplane.
He maintained planes before. He had planes before this.
I understand, but this is a very different kind of plane, right? You'd have to have the government go in, pull out all the shit that they put into Air Force One.
Why?
Because you can't have that kind of equipment on a civilian aircraft.
One, but he's going to be protected by Oh no,
Secret
actually, no.
Service for life.
There might be yeah, he's being protected by Secret Service life. Yeah, there might be a decommissioning process, right? That happens, right, where something is okay. That's fine, right? But still, that doesn't invalidate using the plane after. It doesn't mean the plane is broken afterwards. It's not busted. Yeah, you can decommission it from specifically presidential.
I'll tell you
status.
this. I'll tell you this, Prime. If after he's done being president, if he just starts using the planes, like my plane now, you can tell me that you told me so. Okay. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see how it's going to happen. But
okay. All right. Well,
I mean, like conversations like these, I get it. It's obvious. It's easy to deal with in the sense that like we can see the country, we can see who donated it, we can see the plane, etc. But I don't know. There's just something really weird to me, or maybe disingenuous. And I don't mean against you, Prime. I'm talking about like the culture and media as a whole, right? Where we focus so much on these like back and forth quippable thing. Donald Trump is so evil because of the plane and this. And it's like, it's why I brought it up in my opening statement. Like Kushner and his ties with dark money with the now, Prime Minister of Canada, or his dealings with, in the Middle East. It's like, it seems obvious to me. Maybe it's not to others, or maybe I'm, it's my mindset as a libertarian, but it seems very much that the left, the media, the pundits, the debaters, all of these people, they go after things like planes, which are these kind of meaningless in comparison to the way dark money in politics and political families work, because they know that the plane is something we can yabber about against Trump, as opposed to actually talking about how billionaires and corporations and the wealthy elite actually run this fucking country. Because it's just so fucked to me that we're talking about a goddamn plane and the emoluments clause and like, the tidbits of whether or not he uses or doesn't use this plane, when there's so much worse shit we could be talking about Trump or Biden or Obama or the Clintons or any of these people. But it's like, it's the same situation with the fucking Epstein list that we were talking about so much earlier, is that that's a game everybody's playing, so we don't talk about that fucking game.
So I agree with you. I agree with everything you've just said, right? But what it feels like to me is that there are a number of paths to say we'll put a number to it. 3 paths, right, previously to enrich a president, right, to go through corruption. Now there are 10 paths. Would you rather live in a world where there's 3 paths, right, or 10 paths? And then in the first world, when there's only 3 paths, would it not be easier to start closing those paths down if there are only 3 rather than 10?
I mean, like my position is just going to be different than everybody else's, because I don't care if a president enriches themselves by being president. I care how they do it, right? So like, I don't care if somebody sells merch. Like it doesn't bother me. I don't care about whether or not like I care if they deregulate or regulate in such a way that benefits the way in which they sell merch or something. I care if they, I care if there is a genuine conflict of interest there to a certain degree. But I recognize that I'm like an outlier there. So I'm just not like the right person to ask in terms of how the general public feels in that, because
I think, I'm sorry.
No, that's it pretty much.
I think Ollie pointed out something rather salient that kind of gets to the point you're talking about, which is that the flashiness of Qatari planes being donated to the president, or hats and cologne or perfume or whatever being sold, that in itself has an off feeling to it, because this president is very much like an influencer president. And the people who are buying this very much have a sort of parasocial mindset when they make these purchases. So it makes it feel a little weirder, because presidents are supposed to
it's definitely different. It's definitely novel. And it definitely is like, corruption used to be something that only nerds like me cared about, really genuinely, right? Like, because you watch your Walter Cronkite, you get, the CIA approved news, and you kind of just go about your day. And so like, I kind of agree with you there. I almost kind of like it because it showcases the stupidity of the concept of democracy, right? Because the average voter is just too fucking retarded to have any meaningful say in how an entire country is run. And even the smartest person is too, like Corey, for example. Corey is an incredibly intelligent person, and there's one domain in which you might be qualified in being able to say how our country is run, and that's your specialty, your field, right? I would respect your position on like algae biofuel, or certain or certain metrics that deal with pharmaceutical industry, or things that are at least tangential to like what you deal with on a daily basis, because I know you're an expert in that. And the rest of the panel and the rest of the American public, with the exception of 0.001% of people, is too fucking retarded to have any valid opinion in that. And at the same time, no offense to you, you're too retarded to have an appropriate opinion where your vote matters on how we ought deal with the military situation in Ukraine or Russia. And it's like, I think Trump is doing such a good job accidentally of highlighting just how absurd this entire governmental structure is. And I think Doge did a good job of that to a certain degree, in showcasing how inefficient the government is and how dumb we do things. And I think, people and like their sycophantic love of this populist streamer influencer president is showing just how malleable the American people are and how meaningless the concept of democracy is.
Except the Doge part, I agree.
So you agree with what I was saying earlier?
That's what LSP brought up.
No.
Yeah, LSP.
LSP was, but you were off again.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, whatever.
He got finished eating his meal, like the exact opposite of a recruit in basic training, because it takes him like 45 minutes to eat a small bowl of rice.
I'm convinced he finger bangs his lady, and then comes back.
That sounds so thin, man. He doesn't get any calories because he's like eating like 20 calories an hour, slowly but surely, and then he's like, I'm full.
LSP, do you have something else you want to say? I want to give space before I'll wrap things up here.
No, you're free to wrap up, my friend.
Okay. I thought this was an overall good discussion. There's so much more to it I want to talk about, actually. But
horses, right?
The horses, they're less efficient. Indeed. One day we'll get Corey.
Less efficient than camels. All right.
That's
one thing Ali and I can agree on.
Extremely, right? You've heard the whole story about like the U.S. Army was going to invest in camels. At one point, right? Have like a camel regiment.
Camels are cool.
Whatever happened to the dolphins? You know how the Soviet Union had dolphins? Why didn't we do that?
We used dolphins for like mines and shit.
Oh, we did? That's based.
Yeah.
I think we got seals.
Yeah. Because we could train them to go blow up mines and kill them themselves.
It
was better than taking out a ship.
There's a whole fascinating thing on an attempt to have like a camel regiment, right? People laughed at the thought of like, back when we had, horse, charges, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cavalry charges. People laughed at like the thought of using camels. Like, why would you use a camel, right? But like,
there's a long distance travel
for everything. There's so much. There's so much better. And there's one member of the armed forces, some colonel or some shit, right, who wanted to prove this, and I think there was either had them try to go cross country or something. There's like a whole experiment he was trying to run on this. I don't remember the history exactly right now. But it's really fun.
Women are better at long marches too. Once you go over like 80 miles
because of that.
If they don't break their hips, because that's a big problem with long marches with women. If they don't break their hips, they're more efficient than men at long marches.
Okay. Yeah. And men,
but they break their hips a lot when you put a rucksack on a woman and make her like walk more than like 20 or 30 miles. Their hips usually give out. But if they don't do that, they're more efficient.
My 14-year-old son right now is in Philmont with the Boy Scouts. I think he's on like he'll complete like 50 of 70 miles today, and he'll finish up the next 20 miles over the next 2 days, and then he flies home after that.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah,
I wish I could
he
have done
climbed.
that.
He started at 2,000 feet, and today he was on Mount Baldy, where he could actually get cell signal and call me, which is like I think 12,000 feet. So he's
Oh,
climbed
God.
12,000 feet in the last 9 days.
Lactoid, what have you done in the
Nice.
last 9 days? Have you done that,
Yeah,
Lactoid?
Lactoid.
Yeah.
Go on a march, baby.
Can't even remember. He's been drunk the whole weekend.
Amen.
No,
As a
no.
true American should be.
I hold on, one more super chat. $5 from my friend Sir Bobbles. He says, to the group, why are you personally not being a grifter off of people around you to get massively richer? Define your massive failures. But
Because I'm not gay like you. A stupid question.
Well, for me,
Well,
yeah.
streamers, that's what we're doing already, right? Like, make us rich.
Well, I'm feeling at that at least. Yeah, but I think you should have a personal, even on a personal level, a level of principles of values. And I don't think our president has that like at all. I think he proves that constantly.
Oh, he values money.
He values that.
And that makes him
and
the most
baddies.
moral,
Then-
according to Lactoid.
Money
Most
and
moral.
baddies.
Money and baddies.
These are good priorities.
This
So
is why the
thank-
rappers have endorsed him.
And I
This is true.
actually, yes.
Money and
This is
baddies.
true.
yeah.
Actually, yes. Thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. I'm going to give an outro to these amazing individuals. Consider supporting the channel if you haven't done so already. Support the channel. Sub the channel, give bits or give subs. Help us out, especially on Twitch. We ain't got any subs. We got a resub from our friend Gibbs, who's been always been a real one. Even when I knew the fuck out of him, Gibbs still helps support the channel. So I appreciate you, Gibbs. But yeah, consider supporting the channel, sub the channel, give bits, give subs. Shout out to our individuals who. Oh well, thank you, Sean, on YouTube for gifting a membership. Really kind. He's the only one who messes with the membership system. Sean, thank you, Sean. I remember we have a membership just because of Sean, because Sean always he gives a membership every time. Very much appreciated, friend. And thank you to our super chatters who are keeping this
I have a
afloat.
fuck ton of members, and I don't know why, because I don't give them anything other than a few emotes. Like, I appreciate you guys, but
I think people are gifting memberships in your I'm a member in your Discord. I was gifted,
Just
or
start
not your
doing,
Discord, your YouTube.
You start doing your philosophy stuff behind the paywall, Scott, and then they'll get the
do the
dividends.
members only streams. Yeah, do some.
I don't stream enough to be able to
Just do
to
like
be able
one
to
a
do
month.
that.
Be like one a month, and then if you
Just
get
be an
enough,
American
then 2 a month,
capitalist for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. What's wrong? What you got a problem with capitalism? Huh?
I don't have a problem with capitalism, but I will say this: there's nothing more capitalist than a socialist Twitch streamer, because
right.
they are the most like oh, I need money for this, I need money for that. Oh my god, I need $100,000 for this lawsuit I'm never gonna actually do anything with. Like they will get money.
Interesting.
That's the moral
I just called out like 15 different people, so don't worry.
I know.
I can see Lactoid's gears are switching. He's like, maybe I should become a socialist.
He has one already.
On stream.
But
He is one.
lawyer.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Corey, for tapping in for me.
Sure. Okay. So anyway, thank you everyone. I'm gonna give an outro to these fine people, right? One of the finest is our good friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here, having a good chat, a good back and forth, I think.
Yeah, if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I have noticed something in the real world, but on the internet, but also in the real world, which is I think that there is a major advantage to being a grifting partisan hack, significantly so.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
It's very and when you have conversations with people and you express like, oh, like I don't like this, I like this, I don't like this, they will sort of implicitly put you in like one or two boxes, like, oh, this is a Democrat, this is a Republican. And you can protest this. You can say like, well, actually, like, there's different considerations, there's all this stuff. But I think for a lot of people that just sort of goes on deaf ears. So if I ever like become that, or like I can't criticize Trump, I'm just letting you guys know here as my friends, that is the reason that like I gave up being principled, and I'm just like trying to like make as much money as possible and like get as many friends as possible. I mean, so if that happens, don't call me out, please. Let me keep doing it. That'll be really nice.
You'll
But
be
in the
forgiven
meantime,
if you gift subs to the
yeah.
channel.
But in the meantime, though, there's just something inside me where I can't do that quite yet. So I'm gonna keep pointing out when politicians do bad thing, regardless of who it is. So
To my friend Lactoid, who I have my problems with, very, very loud problems with, but he consistently does try to be consistent. Consistently tries to be consistent. So I do appreciate that, even when it's extremely difficult. He'll do it, and I do consistently checks with him all the time, right? So you're appreciated is what I'm saying. Not to Lactoid. Let's go to our good friend Scott. Scott, thanks for coming on. I thought this was a great conversation as well.
Yeah, happy to be back. I've been pretty sick lately, so I'm still recovering, but it is what it is. You can find me. You can just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find me on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. So I agree with everything Lactoid said. If you want to my life advice for everybody is, if they're in Hollywood or they're a politician, you should just assume that they're a pedophile and a liar. If they're a streamer, 9 times out of 10, way more than 9 times out of 10, they're probably a grifting, lying piece of shit. And in order to prove that I am not a grifting, lying piece of shit as a streamer, I'll give you my most controversial take that nobody that is a grifter would ever say, which is I am becoming increasingly more convinced, the more scientific literature that I read, that some species of whale and dolphin are moral actors and are deserving of the exact same rights as human beings. And that means that they have to be treated with all of the same liberty, all of the same human rights, and all of the same law as would humans. There you go.
I think they're moral actors, and Corey's going to have something to say in a second. I think they're moral actors. But I literally just this week I was actually putting a lot of thought into whale rights and what we should be doing with dolphins, thinking about like their massive.
It's called Dolphin Law in my channel, and they won't let it go.
Maybe you're doing it as a meme. I don't know, but they have.
I'm not doing it as a meme. I'm being honest here, though.
Okay, great. Yeah. I think they have massive brains. I think they have complex societies. They have language. I think we should give them a lot more consideration. How that should look like under the law, I'm not exactly sure. I'll let Lactoid figure out. He's an expert in maritime law, so he'll do it for us.
Maritime law.
So I'll hire him for that one. But you
gotta ask some sovereign citizens about maritime law, bro. It will blow your mind.
Or the U.S. postal courts. That's another thing you should ask sovereign citizens about.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. But thank you so much. And also, let's never forget that Scott and Lactoid admitted that I convinced him of something, at least one thing, right? I convinced him of something today. Delete the VOD. So we're going to hold on to that, right, forever. But I appreciate you guys for being honest, right? Let's go to Corey.
Quick follow-up question based off of what Scott just said. Which I'm glad he's coming around. So based off of what you said about, let's say the statistics of the average voter, would you say some whales and dolphins are more qualified to vote than some humans?
No, obviously not, because they can't communicate their thoughts and feelings.
Fair
yeah,
enough.
I mean, even if they could communicate it, we lack the capacity to, the whole IQ with animals thing is really fucking dumb because they don't translate well, right? And so it's like a dolphin can't. Even if you tried, they wouldn't really be able to communicate their thoughts and feelings or their moral decisions. But I've seen some research specifically along the lines of
But in principle, you're
teaching
open to the
them.
question.
No, I mean, if they could communicate their thoughts and feelings as moral actors, then I still wouldn't give them the vote because voting isn't a right. I just don't see it benefiting us.
Okay. And also, some more.
In fact, I would much rather get rid of women's suffrage than give dolphins the right to vote. I'm pro repealing the 19th Amendment for sure.
Not going to touch that. But yeah, some more biology facts on the topic of camels. You should look into the efficiency of the kidney of the camel in terms of their ability to extract or retain water so they don't get dehydrated, as opposed to our run-of-the-mill kidneys. And also, again, the argument of biology and the efficiency of the human body. Human running is more efficient than Lactoid's motorcycle, pound for pound.
Yeah. Yeah, Lactoid, you're trying to replicate.
I forgot about the bike, man. How's that going?
So it's going great.
Awesome,
but all that to say,
bro.
the human still wins.
I'm gonna go ride my motorcycle tomorrow.
Not by a mile, but many miles. But yeah, you can find me, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, it's Corey Campbell. Grid, LSP, Gibbs, Ali, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you so much, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Ali. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop buying Trump merch. I'm actually really annoyed that he's releasing a cologne because I'm I have a lot of bottles and now I want to try it to see. I have like 40, 50 bottles personally.
I feel like this is very Lebanese of you.
Am I wrong?
I feel like that's
100. What?
You gotta buy one. I mean, come on.
I might. I got to see if it smells good or not.
Like Egyptian
but yeah,
or something.
I don't know. President merch bad. Parasocial relationship to president bad. Cult bad. But while we're at, always free Palestine, river to sea. Thank you, Prime, for having me, fellas. It was always a pleasure.
Free Palestine. Let's never forget. Every time mention the genocide. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
So I'm Admiral Gibbs. Check out tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a lot of underground coverage of the Texas flood stuff. A lot of videos, gonna be good stuff. As for this, a wise former socialist once said, the more money you make, the more moral you are. So actually, a president making money off this is the most moral thing you can do, and that's we'll have the most moral country in the world with a president and his family selling all these things. I absolutely will also be buying the Trump cologne, and if it smells good, I'm gonna be carrying it in my pocket when I go places because that shit will be hilarious. Like, what do you smell so good? Oh yeah, you look like you're a lefty. You're gonna love this shit. And then be like, yes, gotcha, bitch. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wonderful.
He's gonna carry that shit around like guitar in high school.
It's gonna be. I tell you what, it's gonna be the ultimate Riz icebreaker, like specifically with Latinas. I guarantee it.
Oh my god. You would know. You're the expert, so I'm not gonna question you on that one.
The crazy Latinas.
The crazy Latinas specifically.
That's kind of one and the same.
That's kind of, I was about to say. It's fucking
right, you're going to be carrying that around like guitar in high school, aren't you?
I'm excited to do
it. Thank you, Gibbs. Let's go to our friend LSP, who we're happy to have back. LSP, I hope you are able to enjoy your time here and getting some good quips at individuals. LSP.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say about the whole topic other than sucker born every minute. All I can do is point to, the eroding dignity of the office of the president and our eroding democratic norms and say, hey, that's probably not good. But, like I said, it's either a meme or I don't care. Anyway, I did appreciate the talk, and it was nice getting to see some of you guys again. It's been a while, and I missed some of you guys. I missed being there on the scene. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. And Grid, who didn't have to have for a while, but he was doing stuff with the family, family man Grid here. But we appreciate you coming back.
I'm a busy guy. Again, appreciate you having me on. I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating, fucking people, and as a model example of such, I support Trump doing whatever he needs to do to take care of his life and business and family. So, if that happens to overlap with the office of the president, well, we have things set in place to make sure that hopefully isn't too out of control. Obviously, that's failed. I mean, we saw we've seen what has happened in previous administrations. And how people go into government and get massively wealthy, and that's pretty impressive, actually. How people go in broke and come out excessively rich and millionaires. So that but if his kids are selling some merch, that's cool. Again, I have one of his ties. I don't think I've got anything else by him, but maybe I need to look in the department stores and see if there's something else that's worthwhile buying. I doubt it. It's not really my scene, not my style, but that's cool. As always, Prime, it's been cool. I enjoy it. And we'll to my chat. Since I hope you guys are listening now, I'm gonna hang out for a little while and then I'm gonna go do some other stuff. So we'll talk about that here in a minute. And the rest of you guys, don't forget Friday night Bloodsport debate, 7 minutes, 7-minute debate, 1v1, round robin, single elimination. It's great. It's great, and you can win some money. So,
Bring your own
yeah.
topic, or how
No, we assign we try and pick topics.
Mhm.
So we just and it there's some things the chat can do that's pretty nasty. Like they can force you to take the opposite view, the opposite side.
Steel man.
Yeah. So if you are no, I mean like if you are pro-life and you're taking the affirmative there, they could do the Uno reverse card, and you would have to argue against that. So you'd have to make an argument against it. It's the format's really simple. You get it's 1v1. Each person gets a 1 minute opening statement. Lay the foundation of position, and then 5 minutes. Judges. It's awesome. It works out really well. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and it is, and it's blood sport. So you got to move quick and you got to cut. So it's really cool.
We love to see it. Okay, great. Thank you. Everyone go check that out.
Yeah, come on over, Prime. We'd love to have you.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, that sounds like fun.
I've actually, for some reason, my show, we've always had more leftist than conservative. So it's inverse of what most of the panels in my space end up being.
I think I have a lot of conservatives who watch me. Which is
cool. Send them over.
Yeah.
Send them over.
Okay. All right. So I'll leave it there then. So anyone, you've got to leave, head out. I wanted to. I won't do this now because it's late. But like, there's something I wanted to run by Scott and Lactoid. It's a foreign policy thing. But I'll save it.
For that, I have a huge announcement that I missed hours ago.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Oh boy.
Javier Milei is going to privatize 9,100 kilometers of roads. If you're not a libertarian, you're not excited. But if you're a libertarian, you're so goddamn excited right now.
Excited.
The roads are being privatized, boys.
Who is he selling
It's
it
happening.
To? Is he selling it to one organization or more?
I gotta look into it more. I don't fucking know. Somebody sent me the tweet, and I was like, "What?"
He's selling it to the Trump administration.
Okay. That'll be fun. Okay.
Can that be something?
Well, I'll leave things.
Fuck them hoe ass roads.
I'll bring up that topic like next week. Yeah, thanks guys.
I gotta bounce.
Be well.
I'm going to, as always, of course, I haven't figured out a person to raid yet. But it's gonna happen as soon as my thing loads. Oh my god, it always takes so long. But oh wow, everyone did the beat real quick.
Right?
I'm going super quick. But let me read out to I don't know who this person is. I don't think I've ever rated them before, but it looks like a woman, so that's like enough for me, really. Yeah, we're gonna read out to Nova Gracie. And I don't know what she's done. I literally have no clue. Let's clean some crime scenes. That sounds interesting. I don't know.
Oh, it's probably one of those VR or like one of those like sim games.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, that was my guess. I don't fucking know. I could be wrong.
I've never heard of that. Just slowly